Okay. I wish to welcome the team from the Department of Lands and Physical Planning. And before we proceed, let us have the introduction part of it. I'm Honorable Matata Benjamin Kirich. I'm the chair to this committee.
I'm Sarah Mutual, Vice Chair.
Isaiah Minor, member.
I'm Honorable John Butok, member.
Beth Richard, member.
Songok Bridget, member.
Peter Julius, member.
Isaac Mosbey, member.
Silas Som, member.
Uto Tufosa, member.
Cholalei Lucy, member.
Jepto Lydia, member.
Silas Kogo, member.
Josephat Bet, member.
I am Tarek, member.
Thank you, honorable members. I will also wish to invite the secretariat.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor Siele, clerk to the Ad-hoc committee.
Thank you. I now welcome Waziri to introduce his team.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Philemon Buretti, the CEC in charge of lands, housing, physical planning, water and environment, natural resources and climate change. And with me is my chief officer and my two directors, and I would wish to...
Chair and honorable members, I'm Chona Kibruta Piwot, chief officer in charge of the Department of Lands, Physical Planning, Urban Development, Water, Environment and Climate Change.
Chair and honorable members, I am James Melly, director responsible for environment, natural resources and climate change. Thank you.
Chair and honorable members, my name is Richard Lele, Director Water.
Okay, thank you very much, Waziri. I will now request the sergeant to place the team under oath.
I, Philemon Buretti, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, John Kibruta Biwot, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, James Kimutai Meli, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Richard Kiptolelei, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, thank you, the Sergeant at Arms. And before we proceed, I would like to read the terms of reference to Waziri and the team. The terms of reference to the Ad-hoc committee. The committee has the following mandate. 1A, to, with respect to flagship projects, flag and alleged non-existent projects as spelled out in the implementation committee reports laid on the table of the House on 17th September 2024. 2, 1, investigate whether there was financial impropriety on projects across all county departments. 2, establish there was a breach of the Constitution or any other applicable laws by state or public officers. Investigate whether the laid down procurement processes were followed. In 4, recommend appropriate action taken against identified breaches and all accountable. B, establish the actual cost of personnel emoluments incurred during financial year 22-23 and 23-24 and circumstances, if any, occasioning violation of Section 107 of the Public Finance Management Act, and whether public funds were irregularly paid for personnel emoluments. C, with respect to the National Agricultural Rural Inclusive Growth Project, NARIC, investigate the following. A, whether funds were utilized in a prudent and responsible manner. B, beneficiaries of NARIC projects and their physical location. 2. D, with respect to the hire of county machinery and or motor vehicles too, as contained in the implementation committee reports laid on the table of the House on 17 September 2024, establish 1, the circumstances leading to the hire of road machinery or motor vehicles. 2, whether the tendering processes were adhered to in accordance with the procurement and other applicable laws. 3, the actual work done and location. 4, the total amount of money paid vis-a-vis the budget allocation. And finally, the committee is responsible to report back to to the house. So maybe I will give Waziri to tell us in some few minutes about the department. Welcome, Waziri.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Our department, that is the Department of Lands, Housing, Physical Planning, Natural Resources, Water, and Climate Change, has 3 directorates. We have 4 directorates, sorry, Chair. We have the Directorate of Physical Planning. We have the Directorate of Survey and Land Administration. We have the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change. And we have the department. We have one chief officer who is the accounting officer in the department, and the other staff. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Waziri. Maybe I will pose a question and then I will allow honorable members to take some of the concerns that they have. How many installed projects do you have, Waziri, in your department?
Chair, maybe before you start prosecution, I remember the same witnesses are appearing today. They were here the other time, and they were. It mean the number goes on reducing.
Waziri, from the Honorable Keter, explain the whereabouts of another director.
Thank you, Chair. The other director, the Director of Survey, was not feeling well, so he was not in the office today, Chair.
Answer given.
Chair, see, the witness has just made.
Do understand if someone is sick, maybe as a concern, maybe as the CEC has come with the sick sheet from the hospital, referring to the same.
Waziri, do you have the documentary evidence to that effect?
Through the Chair,
from the hospital?
Through the Chair, I've asked the supervisor of personnel in the department, the chief officer, to respond, sir.
You know, Waziri, you said he's sick.
He told me, the chief officer told me he was sick.
Okay.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
I think before he answers, since that person was here in his own capacity, has he made any arrangement to communicate to the committee before right now? That witness. I think that's even the more grave issue.
Chair, I think the invitation was sent to me and the chief officer, and we brought in the directors to accompany us, Chair.
So maybe we shall proceed.
Chair.
As we confirm, let me give guidance, honorable members.
Chair, accuracy your facts, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bate.
CEC in charge of department has mentioned something that I don't want to leave it go. He said summons were not issued for the director lands. How did the director found himself in this house without the consent of you in charge?
Thank you, Chair. When we received the invitation, when I got the invitation and the chief officer's invitation, when we were coming, we asked our directors to accompany us. So they came through our calling them to come with us, Chair.
So, Chairman, since he is responsible and he's the one who called them, did he now reach out to this committee that he was not going to come with him, now that he was already here, before coming? That is before coming.
Thank you, Chair. Our director, survey, works in RD House, and therefore it was the responsibility of the chief officer to consolidate all the officers so that we may meet together here. So at the time when we congregated here, and I didn't see him, and I asked the chief officer, he told me he was unwell. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chairman, now that we are having that conversation, is there any other director you left? How many directors do you have in your department?
To the best of my knowledge, Chair, I have 4 directors from the county government of Nandi, and we have one director who's assists us, and she's seconded from the national government, and she's also doubling up as the regional director in charge of planning North Rift. So she has an office in Eldoret, and she also comes to Kapsabet. And today she didn't come, she was in Eldoret, according to our program. Thank you, sir.
Can you name that director?
Her name is Veronica Kyoko. She is the director of physical planning. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, I'm very keen on this issue. You are saying that she's the director for Nandi or director from national government?
She is a national government employee, initially seconded to Nandi, and while working with us, she was promoted to the regional physical planner. She has an office in Eldoret, and she normally comes to Kapsabet to assist us. Thank you, sir.
Do we have evidence, the second man?
We'll provide when requested for. Now that you have asked, Chair, we'll make arrangements to present to this House.
There is a document you signed. Could you take us through that process? What was that you're doing regarding this same officer? And I'm also curious to know, why did you allow the officer not to be here today? Is she answerable to you, first of all?
Chair, for purposes of day-to-day operations, she answers to the chief officer in charge of lands. She also serves all the North Rift counties. So sometimes she travels to Elgeyo Marakwet, he was in Gishu, Trans Nzoia, and all the North Rift counties, because he is the regional physical planner. Thank you.
Okay, so tell us about this letter you signed back in 2019. And could you also cite the powers you employed?
Chair, I don't want to speak much on a letter which I don't have its contents right now, considering the fact that I signed in 2019, but I'm committing myself that that document will be presented to this assembly after this meeting.
Maybe we can project for you to see.
And maybe, Chair, as the letter is being projected, can Wasiri tell us who is paying this director now that he's working for the North Rift County? Who is paying for our services?
Thank you, Chair. The director is paid by the national government, and she's paid by the national government. And to us, it is, to us, we find it a gift from the national government as we develop our own to a level that they'll attain that level.
So does it mean she earns nothing completely from our county covers?
She earns nothing, Chair.
The ICT team, please,
project,
can you project the letter that is being alleged?
Could you, Waziri, also then explain to this committee, whenever she goes out on behalf of the county, are you saying she goes for free? And she has passed herself, because I remember we were with you in Lesos when we were dealing with Kisip.
Thank you, Chair. Any officer attached for a duty, either for a whole year, for a whole period, even for a day or 2 days from the national government, when she's performing our duties, if it requires that we pay them allowances, we pay them. Like the other day, we had officers that were attached from the Ministry of Lands who came to assist us on valuation role, and we paid them. So any officer that works for us, even if they are engaged from the national government, when they come, specifically when we request and desire that they work for us, we pay them allowances. That is where they qualify to get a night out allowance when we have a night out meeting, when we are going out. But on salaries, she is paid by the national government, and as a county government, we don't pay her.
Okay, there is a ICT. There is a letter signed by. There is a letter signed by the CCM. It was sent to you not too long. Now, Waziri, you said she's here on secondment, or is it deployment? Which one?
When the chair, when devolution came, almost all offices, most of our offices, head officers that were working for the national government in different ministries and departments. And those officers remained, and when the county governments started advertising positions that those officers were holding, the officers were released one by one. And one of the officers that remained here is the fiscal planner.
So is that the letter?
Yeah, I signed that letter, Chair.
Can you zoom on the upper part?
The ICT,
subject.
please don't be faster. Eh? We need to get the contents of that letter.
So Waziri, are you able to read that?
I'm struggling to read. Maybe, Chair, it can be projected further.
Can you?
I can read
zoom
now.
It, eh? Zoom it a little bit. Yeah.
Do I read it loudly, Chair?
So the question is, you wrote their delegation to perform physical planning functions. Which part of the law allowed you to do this?
Waziri, have you read the letter?
I've read the letter, Chair.
Now, there is a question that you have
And now
been asked.
I now remember the circumstances that led to me doing the letter, Chair.
There is a question that you've been asked. Which part of the law allows you?
Chair, the circumstances under which I did that letter.
Chair, ask the witness to answer the question.
Chair, I was requesting that kindly allow me to explain what I wanted to explain. Possibly, maybe when I explain, sir, it may answer the question that the honorable member was asking me. We in 2019 we were privileged to have been enjoying among the 19 counties.
Honorable Waziri, I think I will allow you to explain the circumstances. But before you proceed, you've been asked which part of the law allows you to do that. So that after you give us the part of the law, you now proceed to explain the circumstances.
Thank you, Chair. The planning authority, as per PLUPA, is vested in 2 offices in this country. The CS lands at the national government and the CEC lands at the county government. And it is that responsibility that gives me the authority as far as plans is concerned that made me do the letter. And the reason why I was doing the letter, Chair, is that we were privileged to have been admitted into...
Waziri, you know, when you proceed the way you want to proceed, you will give yourselves a lot of interjections from the honorable members, which I don't want that.
I'm guided, Chair.
What I want you to do, Waziri, is to quote the section of the law that empowered you to do that, so that you now explain the circumstances.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
It's my prayer and my request that you allow me to explain the circumstance, which I am sure, Chair, will answer why I did the letter.
Honorable Chair, if Waziri cannot answer that, we can continue. We are just requesting which part of the law, Bwana Waziri.
Chair, as he prepares to respond, I want to remind the CEC the responsibilities of the County Executive Committee. Article 183, and I'm very particular about 183.3. 183.3. Are you conversant with this article? As far as the roles of County Executive Committee is concerned, I'm just asking you, Bwana Waziri, through the chair. I'm not saying that you refer to the chair. This is a CCM who has served this county for 7 years, and he should be in a position to answer. And I'm asking this because you've been asked by the member of County Assembly from Lesos, the packing of the law on the assignment of duties to one Veronica. Where was the packing of the law? Looking at your responsibilities as provided for in the Constitution, where did you draw the powers to assign duties? Does it mean that BFM Act doesn't allow you to employ your own physical planner? Could you give us the packing of the law if you are well conversant of this?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think I said that the planning authority is been designated to 2 offices. The CS lands at the national government and the CEC lands at the county government level.
Okay,
and
Waziri,
any responsibility
for us to proceed and to
Yes,
avoid
Chair.
a lot of interrogations here concerning the matter. And I want us to, if you don't know the exact part of the law, you can just seek my indulgence and then we proceed. Otherwise, we cannot proceed.
Point of information, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, I would request the letter to be projected as I take Daktari through the County Governments Act. ICT, can you project the letter?
The ICT team, please. The same letter.
Yeah, scroll down to the appointment. Scroll down. Yeah, there, up. Just a bit lower. Yeah, there. I can read the letter clearly. I hereby appoint you to perform the functions. To perform the functions under. I want to take Wasiri to the County Governments Act. That's Article 59 on the functions of the County Public Service Board. One of the functions is to appoint persons to hold or act in office. That's Article 59, 1B. So, Wasiri, were you acting then as the County Public Service Board, or were you the CEC at that point in time? Because the only function, the only authority which is vested, which has powers to appoint persons to hold office or act in offices in the county public, is the County Public Service Board. So the letter clearly states you are appointing the said person in office. That's why Wasiri, because you couldn't quote clearly the clear article on the same, I want to know, maybe by then when you are appointing, you are maybe one of the members of the Public Service Board, or you are subverting the same authority from the Service Board.
Thank you, Chair. This is not employment. This is not a promotion that will draw any monetary value. This is not an employment or an engagement.
Chair.
It's a responsibility, Chair.
Yeah, the letter says appointed. You appointed the same person. Is it clear? It's not clear. It's clear from the letter, Wasiri, that you appointed the same person. And that's why I'm asking. I found this article in the County Governments Act, of which you are conversant with. And the question I'm asking you is, were you acting on behalf of the County Public Service Board? You know, Wasiri, we are living in critical times where we have cost workers. So you are appointing as the County Public Service Board, or who are you by then? Maybe because that's the question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm requesting, Chair, if you allowed me to explain the circumstances under which it will assist us.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
But as you explain, you should also quote the relevant law that gave you powers.
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, the planning authority is vested in the Department of Lands. And we were privileged to have been enjoined with a few counties in Kenya, about 19 of them, to be enjoined with the FAO program on land governance. We were also doing our county special plan. We were also getting initiated in the flock-up programs, and we had pending cases of land issues in Nandi. And since the planner was an employee of the national government, and she was seconded to Nandi County, and there was no letter at the time, and she was to go to the court as a witness over land matters. The issue of special planning, I was supposed to, there was a form that was to fill in the special planning program to indicate the planner in charge, and because we didn't have another planner from the county government who met the requirements to be in charge of that planning, because we had not recruited. And even now when we did the recruitment, we recruited planners of different levels, and we have made requests, and we are working on an intent to advertise and to employ a qualified physical planner to a level where he or she will perform the duties that the current seconded planner will perform. Because when she was promoted, we thought possibly maybe if she gets another promotion, Chair, and leaves the county, then we need to have our own. So, Chair, I did not employ, Chair, I did not give a position, but this was an internal, from the internal department to certify, to show that she was working for us. And this letter is the letter that assisted us in the cases that we are doing. And there is one land in question, Chair. When they went to court, there was an issue that arose at the court, and the other party was disputing that the planner that was representing the county government was not an employee of the county government. And because I'm sure, Chair, this House, we are together in preserving public land and public utilities in this country.
Chair.
And
Chair.
Honorable Tarbi?
To avoid the long story short, the letter states of an appointment. Can Waziri Daktari explain what it means to appoint a person? Maybe for a layman, because he's a doctor, he can explain to us what appointment means. Now that he can't quote the clear law, he can maybe define for us what an appointment means.
Chair, according to that letter, you can see it is a delegation. I referred to some reference of a delegation. And I'm requesting, Chair, that allow me to furnish more details to this assembly later, Chair.
I think, honorable members, yes.
There's something that if I was the CEC in charge of water and planning, Waziri Bureta, I would say this was more of administrative action as opposed to a constitutional role. If you were to summarize.
Thank you.
This is administrative.
Through the Chair, thank you, honorable member, for coming to my aid. Truly, it was administrative, internal.
Thank you, Waziri. Let us proceed.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
I hope we are not putting in the record of this House that Waziri can run the affairs of the government as he runs his own house. This government operates by the law. So unless Waziri can point us to the place where he is authorized to do so, I will put it to him that he acted outside the law. There is no question about it, and there is no explanation of circumstances. You appointed someone, and it says as much in a letter, doesn't it say? You said, I appoint you. And now you want to say you are doing administration?
Chair, I promise to...
And this is a very serious docket, Honorable Chairman. Now, can we then, that was 2019, can we then project another letter from the State Department of Physical Planning? Are you in receipt of this letter, Bwana Waziri? Or did you receive a letter in 2020?
Chair, until I see the
2021?
letter. Chair, until I see the letter in question.
Okay, did the Physical Planning State Department write to you advising for you to operationalize this Physical Planning Department?
Okay, let us have the other correspondence from the department.
But before they do it, can the Waziri confirm or deny?
So, Chair, for clarification, we cannot allow this to pass, Madam Chair, because from the letter it's showing that it's appointment, and Waziri has confirmed that the person in question is drawing allowances pursuant to that appointment. So it cannot be misconstrued that it was an administrative, because...
Chair.
Okay, continue.
Chair, the person is not drawing any allowance. The question that I was asked, Chair, which I answered, is that officers from the national government, if we were to perform any duty for the county government, we don't pay them any salary because they draw their salary. But if the activity demands for allowances like night out, if we are going out for a night out meeting, like any other officer, they draw their allowance according to CRC. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, for the record of this House, has the member in question ever drawn allowances? For the record of the House.
Waziri.
Madam Chair, I don't understand which allowance. The only allowance that, unless when we go out, like when we were, I remember when we went out with the county assembly members, the committee in charge of lands, all the officers that accompany us.
Chair, why is the Honorable CEC running away? We are just talking about one person in question, of which who received an appointment letter, and we are told she draws allowances on occasion. And we want just, because this is, remember we are dealing on public funds, we want to know whether the person has been drawing allowances for this committee to rule on the same, whether it was on an appointment or not, Chair. I think those are straight.
Okay, let me give guidance and then we proceed. Waziri, going by the conversations, do you see an element of contravention of the law?
Chair, I think I had requested Chair that allow me time to go check on proper law, and then I'll respond back to this House later.
Chair, let me remind him of the law on values and principles of public service, Article 232, and I want to go straight to item E of Article 232, accountability for administrative act. Accountability for administrative act. I do not want to read the whole stories on values and principles of public service. Don't you think that you've contravened this, or rather you've breached the Constitution?
I didn't preach, Chair. I didn't preach because I didn't employ anybody. Chair, I didn't appoint on a monetary drawing responsibility. It was just an internal administrative appointment. And I want to reiterate, Chair, that the same person was served in the first devolution as a seconded physical planner, and the work that he was doing then, doing the same, and the letter that I was doing was a renewal, Chair.
Okay, Waziri, based on Section 59 of the County Government Act.
Chair, let's capture that renewal. Who renews letters to employees in this county? I think Waziri is giving us clear information now. Who has the authority to renew a letter? Assuming I am working for the county government, whether seconded or so, if my contract expires, Chair, who renews the letter, Chair?
Chair, the renewal that I'm talking about is not the appointment letter. Chair, the previous CEC in charge of lands, 2013 to 2017, had given a similar letter to enable the same person to perform the same duties. So I was doing it now in the new term, Chair, a similar letter. And it is purely, Chair, it is purely administrative.
You just followed suit.
It is, Chair, it is the operation within the department demanded the same, Chair. And this one is purely administrative, Chair, to certify that this person is working for us.
Yes, what is the point of order, Keter?
Is it in order for witness to mislead us that when you are given administration, you can later you use that power to appoint without the law? Which part of this does it give you? Does it give you power?
Chair, I've now
when you are a CEC.
I've now remembered, Chair. I've now remembered. It's only that's why I'm saying I'll bring. I've done a lot of appointments based on those administrative functions where some clauses allow me. Like, for example, Chair, those people that work in the flocker, the fund administrator and the others, the letter is very clear that the CEC in charge of environment does the appointment. We also have KISIP and other activities that are working here. Administratively, it gives us, because it draws no allowance, but that is a responsibility within the department. And I'm sure, Chair, my other colleagues, I'm sure there are areas administratively where they also have latitude of giving administratively, Chair. Because the letters that should come from the Public Service Commission are letters on appointment, on employment, on promotion, on transfer will come from the CS.
Okay.
I'll finish, Chair.
Honorable Waziri and the honorable members, I want to direct that let us proceed.
But there is a letter, the chairman, to which is being projected.
Where is the letter? The ICT team.
The letter from State Department. Waziri, are you able to see that? You can
Yeah, it has not come up.
Can you scroll it up?
The date and where it comes from.
Yeah, I've seen, Chair.
So that's
Can you scroll it up?
So the question is, Chair, did you receive this letter?
Thank you, Chair. We received a letter, we advertised for the position, and we didn't get the right person, and the person continued acting, Chair. And we are working on re-advertisement of the same.
Waziri, you are under oath. And when I see that letter, it is now 3 years down the line. Meaning, how many times have you advertised?
Chair, as he answers,
thank you, Chair.
Chair, as he answers, I'm very keen to listen on what the witness earlier said. At no point in his response to this committee has he ever mentioned that there was letter of that kind, that an advertisement had been made. He said he has been working with the national government in collaboration. And in fact, I did ask, have you ever advertised that position? The response was no.
I didn't say no, Chair. I remember I said we advertised and we took some physical planners, but not to the level.
You've just mentioned that now, Waziri, to
Chair,
me.
I think I mentioned.
So did you advertise for director of physical planning?
Chair.
Yes.
The level director is a responsibility position. We advertise for the physical planner of that cadre, like accountants. Accountants, like for example, a certified public accountant level by law has.
Look at the letter. Look at the letter witness.
So
it says that you start by employing director. Doesn't it say isn't that the first one? Just go up. County physical, director of physical land and land use planning. Doesn't it say that? Did you advertise for that position?
Chair, now that I've seen, Chair, honestly, Chair, sometimes questions which do not include the questions that was sent, that we prepared documents, and we deal with many documents, Chair. I'm sure, because this was not one of the 17 questions that I was given, and I didn't go through any other document. Now that I'm seeing that we advertised,
Waziri,
as I said, but we did not get the right person.
Waziri, I want to correct you. There are no questions that you were sent. Unless where? Where are the questions?
Maybe, Chair.
To correct the chairman, not questions, but the 17 aspects where we were required to collect documents. And I was saying, I wish if this one was one of them, I would be having the document.
But you know, the Ad-hoc committee is, according to the terms of reference, we are also investigating on issues to do with personal emoluments. And that is why that issue is coming up.
So we did advertise, Chair,
Now,
but we didn't get the right person.
How many times have you advertised?
Once, Chair.
Since 2021?
And we are working on advertising.
No. Since 2021. What is the procedure when you advertise a vacancy and it is not responsive? What is the procedure? You also repeat advertising. Is that right, Waziri?
That is it, Chair. We are in the process of re-advertising.
I think we can proceed.
Let me, Chair, allow me just one question.
Okay.
Because Waziri is telling us that Veronica is with us, that is county government, on secondment. My understanding of secondment is that you move from one organization to another. And that organization that you move to is responsible for all your payments, all your dues, all the duties. For instance, let me use an example of chief officer that we have here. He was a teacher with a TAC. I'm sure, unless he chose to resign, he is in the county government on secondment, so that when his duties here end, he will go back to the TAC. Not unless Daktari is not using the correct term. I would have imagined that even that officer that we are talking about in the department should have severed all the links with the national government. But you hear now she's getting promotions to work on the region unless she's with us on consultancy. In which case, again, we will have to pay. So Waziri, through the chair, clearly tell us the terms of this lady who is helping Nandi, who has been helping Nandi since the inception of devolution. She has been so precious to us because we've been unable to get a right person to serve here. So I don't know whether the term here is secondment or it should be some other term so that it is acceptable. Notwithstanding, of course, whether or not Waziri has those powers that he assumed. Thank you, Chair.
Finally, Chair, Article 235 of our Constitution as a good and humble reminder to the CEC. Article 235, staffing of county governments. 1. A county government is responsible within a framework of uniform norms and standards prescribed by an act of parliament. 4. 1. Establishing and abolishing offices in its public service. B. Appointing persons to all or act in those offices and confirming appointments. And C. Exercising disciplinary control over and removing persons holding or acting in those offices. Wanawasiri, when you are given that position, with all due respect, you have a constitutional obligation to comply with the law and all the acts of parliament, including County Government Act, to ensure in exercising of powers bestowed upon you by the Constitution, as you execute, you must do it within the confines of the law. You cannot run away and take us in cycles, Bwana Waziri, on such a matter of very serious concern. To an extent that you are not even aware at some point that there were advertisements as directed by the Minister of Lands and Physical Planning. Don't you think, as a member who sits in County Executive Committee meeting, that you are a letdown to this government? And one of the reasons as to why we are down as a government is failing to apply to the Constitution. Don't you think that there is a total breakdown of governance and administration because of non-compliance of the law and other acts of government? Surely. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, allow me to rule that that issue about the appointment and the delegation of duty of Veronica should rest that way. And proceed.
But maybe, Chair,
the question asked by the honorable member for Kaptumo is very critical.
Okay. Let me allow Waziri to respond on either, was it a secondment?
Thank you, Chair. I want to reaffirm that as a department, as an officer, as a state officer in the department that I work in, I truly abide by the law. Chair, concerning the question that was asked by the honorable member from Kaptumo, when Devolution 1 started, most of our departments had officers that were seconded from the national government who were working for the national government then here at the county level. Apparently, most of them have so far retired, except a few that were young. Considering the pay differences, there are those that moved to the county government, some that came from the defunct county councils and municipalities who were employees of the Ministry of Local Government, most of them because they pay, their salaries were higher at the county level. Most of them transferred and some retired. In the case of, I don't know, Chair, I stand to be guided on the issue of secondment, on the issue of attachment, on the issue of redeployment. I think the word that fits well is secondment from the national government. You can be seconded to assist and do not draw any allowance. You can be seconded to work in an institution and you don't draw any allowance, but you become a member of that institution so that now you can draw any other benefit that the other staff draws apart from the salary. Thank you, Chair.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. You see, since this is a house of record, we need to be very clear. The Waziri mentioned that this lady works for national government. She sits in Wasingishu. She serves North Rift counties. How it is that she can be serving Nandi and serving in the national government at the same time is very surprising. However, even having said that, Honorable Chairman, any secondment cannot be open-ended. It's not as if somebody can be seconded to a place until retirement. Surely the county governments have been in existence for almost 15 years now. So, Waziri, just admit that you have let down this administration or you have colluded with this officer. Maybe this is just a collusion. This is your officer. And that's why I think, Chairman, it is important for this committee to take exception to someone going around with a letter purporting to have been appointed and written by this officer. Powers he does not have. I don't think we should allow for such a thing to continue even for any extra day. For that same officer to purport to be carrying a letter as an officer of the county government of Nandi, that must cease almost immediately.
Okay, honorable members, please let us proceed to the next item. I think that one is well captured. The remaining part of it remains
but before we go, Honorable Chairman, remember,
yes,
we had asked the chief officer to clarify his status. Maybe now that we have been talking about these preliminaries, it's important for him to clarify his status, whether indeed he serves in the whole department or is acting in others.
Honorable members, concerning the issue raised to the chief officer, I'm told that he had submitted some letters to that effect, and maybe I will allow that we proceed to the next item as we let the secretariat give us the documents submitted by the chief officer for our consumption. So maybe Sergeant, where is the sergeant?
And just maybe the chairman, as you move then, I have looked at this department and I noticed that it is super heavy. There are like 5 heavy areas. And I was just thinking about the 2 key officers. Among those 5, which one are you a specialist in? I've seen climate change, I've seen housing, I've seen physical planning. So many things that have been lumped here. Just for purposes of the public knowing, and even myself, so that I can be satisfied. Which area of these 5, are you well versed in all of them? Or one?
Or Chair, I have an MBA in Strategic Management, Chair, among other qualifications, and also a Bachelor's of Business Management. And my role in the department is to over policy managerial level. And I'm sure, as a strategic manager, the qualification that I have enables me to manage the department well, sir.
I think, honorable members, as we wait for the documents applied by the chief officer.
There was a question, Chairman.
That was directed to
both. The CEO and the chief and
the CEO, can you?
Thank you very much, Chair. As the CC has indicated, is that the position we are holding are purely management. As such, it's more of managerial as opposed to what the member of the source word has indicated, because majorly we work with the technical people in the departments.
So are the 2 officers confirming that they have no expertise in the almost 5 areas? In those particular areas. And while you are thinking about that, Waziri, particularly you, I would like to draw your attention to the County Government Act, just in case you've not read it, Section 35(3). A person appointed as a member of the County Executive Committee may be appointed if that person, and it gives conditions. I will read to you 3 subsection D. Has knowledge, experience, and distinguished career of not less than 5 years in the field relevant to the portfolio of the department to which that person is appointed. So this idea of managerial and what have you is against the express provision of the law. It's important for you to know that.
As a rider, Chair, is the CEO in order to mislead this house that this is managerial when we are aware that the chief officer is the accounting officer of the department? For the case of CC, I can understand it could be managerial, but for the chief officer, is the accounting officer of that department, Chair.
Yeah, let me respond. That on top of being a managerial, like yes, the honorable member has mentioned, is that the chief officer is an accounting officer as well as authorized officer, and that is the mandate of a chief officer. I can confirm. And I want to say that that is the role that I've been playing ever since when I joined the Department of Lands, Water, Environment and Climate Change. That is to supervise the staff and to ensure that all the programs that have been planned by this honorable house have been undertaken. That one I can confirm that is the role of a chief officer. And in terms of qualification, I also want to say that I have a course which I took that is related to GIS, which is still one of the functions of physical planning.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bridget.
Kindly can CEO give us the details for his academic since after from university up to date.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I am a graduate of Kaparak University, where I took a bachelor's in mathematics and computer. Immediately I finished that, I joined Kisii University, where I did a master's in MIS. It's called Masters in Information Systems. I also went to regional maps of resources in Kikiri, in Nairobi, where I took a GIS course. And I think during my vetting, I provided all testimonial to that effect.
And Chair, I forgot to mention that I'm a certified social impact assessment inspector too, among others.
Okay, honorable members, let us proceed to the next item. We still have a lot to interrogate. And maybe before I give honorable members, Waziri, in a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate yourself?
9, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, now let us interrogate the issue on projects. And I now welcome you to take over.
Chair,
yes, Honorable Bit.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask, and I think for this case, Chief Officer, to tell us a little bit of a project by the name Enego project in the Koyonduria ward. Can you kindly shed some light on this project, the status of the project and the status of payment, the viability of the project? Could you kindly give us a preview of it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Pet. Through the chair, the Enego water project is a project which was supposed to be implemented in the year 22-23. But unfortunately, it never took off that time because there was a lot of conflicts in that area, because the source initially was supposed to be somewhere around Kap Kitany within the Kaptumo Kaboi ward. So when the contractor went to assume site, the residents there refused. They said, you will not take water to Koyondurio when we do not have water at the upstream. So the conflicts escalated to the level where Honorable Mospei and Honorable Sangute of Koyondurio tried to resolve those issues. So it took almost 6 months while the stalemate was still on. Later on, the Koyondurio MCA came to offices and told us they had found another source, which is called Kaptilol. And therefore, he requested us that we change the side of the source of the water, which we also called upon the contractor
Chair.
to confirm to us.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bit.
I hear the name of MCA being dragged on the execution of projects of the government. Whereas Section 9 of the County Government Act is clear on the roles of member of county assembly. Is the chief officer, in order to mention the name of the MCA in execution of projects?
Well, thank you, Honorable Pet.
Bonasio, let me guide to the team. The issue of members of county assembly should not arise in the execution of these projects.
Thank you. Well guided.
Whenever you are responding, let us stick to that.
Thank you. Well guided, and maybe going forward, because what I know is that we've been working in collaboration, and most of these projects that we are implementing, I can confirm, and I think that is the situation, is that we are all working together, and whenever there are issues that surrounds these projects, we've been consulting and working in collaboration. But as per the guidance of the chair, I will try as much as possible to desist from mentioning the honorable members. But then the situation is as the way I've stated, that this Enego water project had issues initially. We really tried our best as a department to resolve it. It became difficult to the extent that we had to change the source. Now when we changed the source of this project, we went down there, we did a public participation, and we all agreed that we draw the water from the Kaptilol source. And the water was initially supposed to be piped up to a Nego dispensary. So now that it had taken almost a year, which of course we implemented in the year 23-24 as opposed to 22-23, many things had changed that time, considering also the inflation and all the other factors. So the contractor accepted initially, and I think that one will allow me still to quote the area MCA, because he's the one who was brokering the agreement between us and the contractor to accept to continue implementing.
Chair.
Honorable, let me give guidance. I know what is bringing the bone of contention. You know, legally, there is nowhere the MCA appears. So the issue of the area MCA coming in, that one should be outside the proceeding of
Chair, Section 9 of County Government Act, Section 9(2). Let me remind the chief officer,
and then
who seems to have not gone through induction process on matters law. Section 9(2), Chair, says, a member of county assembly shall not be directly or indirectly involved in 1, executive functions of the government and its administration. 2, delivery of service as if the manner were an officer or employee of the county government. Hope you are now informed, Bwana Chief Officer.
Thank you. I'm well informed. And of course also, Honorable Pet.
Honorable Chair, I think there is something that is a bit serious.
Waziri, there is some statement that you've uttered that, that you need to withdraw.
Yes.
You know, referring that the area MCA brokered, that one in the public limelight is not good.
No negotiating. Let me withdraw brokering, but still the time is now bringing the contractor in agreement with what was happening on the ground, because the contractor was not willing to go back to the site, and we were in the process of cancellation. So when they came to our offices, they told us the contractor has accepted to proceed with the contract which we had entered between the county government and the contractor.
Honorable
Yes,
Chairman, this is, you know, there is a serious issue here, Chairman. You know, as the CEO explains, you begin to get the impression that he is embarking on a project which he had no idea about, he didn't plan, and so now he is planning as he goes along. And he even begins to call on other people, including some of us who are politicians and are not particularly expert in any of these things he's talking about, to broker some ceasefire. Is this the way to plan projects? Are your projects planned? Maybe even the Director of Water can tell us. Why is the county government employing you and paying you? If at the end of the day you have to rely on people who are not expert in these things to help you, you don't know even the source by the time you start. Did you know the source?
Yes, we went there. Personally, I went there twice. And like I have said, Honorable Minor, is that it was not about, through the chair, it was not about the issue of the project. It was about the issue of the conflicts. And you know, honorable members assist us also where conflicts are to resolve those issues. It is not about whether the work was to be done in a manner in which the water was supposed to be implemented, the water project was supposed to be implemented. I'm talking about the issue of the conflicts at the source and the people who are living around Kapketanj, and I think Honorable Mweshimiwa is here, who also assisted us trying to convince the people of Kaptumo Kapoi or the upper side to grant us the way live to drain water to Koyo. And it became difficult. And that's why at some point we decided to change and implement a project drawing water now from Kaptilal, which is within Koyo and Duryo.
Honorable Chairman, can this CEO tell us, this what you are describing right now, is it before the implementation of the project or after or in between?
At the assumption of site, when we were taking the contractors to the site.
Who put the project in the budget?
Thank you, through the chair.
And remember, you are in charge of planning, even including physical planning, as you answer.
Thank you, Honorable Minor. Through the chair. Can
Okay,
I answer that?
For guidance, Bwana CEO, the crisis that ensued is when you wanted to hand over the site to the contractor.
Yes, at that point.
It was not after construction and what have you.
Chair, can I help?
No.
Can I help, Chair?
To help who now?
The committee, Chair.
Okay, proceed.
That I think the part we played with my neighboring MCA was basically public participation. There was a conflict where my residents didn't allow the site to stay there while they were not getting any benefits. So we brokered a deal. We tried brokering a deal, to use the CEO's words, but we were unsuccessful. And that is when now, Mweshimiwa on the other side had to discuss with these people as part of public participation so that a new site could be identified. And indeed, a new site was identified. So it's something in the past. The CEO really shouldn't have gone there because that matter couldn't be resolved. The site could not be identified in my side of the ward, and the project proceeded with a new site which had no conflict at all. Thank you, Chair.
So maybe, Bwana CEO, going by the explanation by the honorable member, I think now we need to stick ourselves to this, the current status of the project. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe I will call upon the honorable member Bet, who was asking that question, the status of Enego.
Enego is in Koyondurio, but I think there's a team who had made a visit to the project led by Honorable Sum.
Okay, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Sum.
I was among the team that visited Enego, and contrary to the report that came to this house,
the project is not complete as captured in the report. Because there is a big pipe, there is a pipe that has come to the stalled dispensary and it ended there with no water. But in our report that we have been interrogating, the department gave us a report that this project is complete and operational. So that is the point of contention, Chair.
So, Chair, let me answer. The reason as to why I was giving chronological of events or how this small history about this project is because I wanted now to clearly come out on the reason as to why this contractor was captured as having completed the works. Because initially, the kilometers varied. When we changed the source, there were some changes. Because initially, Kapkitan is not as far as Kaptilal. So when those changes were made, we told the contractor to do 5.5 kilometers as opposed to 4.3, which it was in the PQ initially. We also told the contractor to rehabilitate the source at Kaptilal. So when this contractor did that, the people who live around Kaptilal they already have water. So the places that we were targeting was Enego and Ndurio Center. So we had a discussion with, and I'm sorry to say this, with the honorable member of Koyo and the people who live at Ndurio Center, and we agreed that now that this project will end at Enego, we will factor in Floka resources. And that is why 3 weeks ago, we took a contractor who is supposed to construct 50,000 cubic liter tank in Ndurio Center. And also this contractor will now continue do the piping, picking at Enego to Ndurio and supply water within the Ndurio Center, Ndurio Secondary, Ndurio Primary, and return pipe to Enego, where the dispensary is now. And we will do a reservoir there, a tank there. We factored in the phase of Floka. So we were very much aware as a department that the contractor did not supply water to the targeted areas. But the reason as to why that happened is because of what I have said, that some changes were made to this project. So we have captured as a complete according to the PQ and as per what the contractor was supposed to do at that time. That is my submission, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bridget.
Thank you. I just want to ask CEO if the project is complete and have they paid the money? Because in the budget it shows that the construction is paid 5.4 million.
Yes, it is done and paid according to the PQ, and I can share to this committee the PQ of that particular project.
Honorable Chairman, I think it should be noted in this committee that the CEO has described some illegal processes. CEO, you have talked about you changing, and you went this way. We decided, we told the contractor. Are you aware that government projects are not run like that?
According to the Procurement Act, it is allowed. Amendment and variation are allowed.
Which Procurement Act? Could you tell us? Which part? Cite it. And tell us about the variation. What was the variation?
There was no variation. I have said there was change of site.
Okay, Chair.
I thought he said there was variation, Honorable Chairman.
He said, I got it, order, honorable members, I got it clearly. He said that according to the Procurement Act, amendment and variation are allowed, but not to the project. So maybe I would like to confirm, has the project been paid?
Yeah, it is paid.
How much?
5.4.
Now, do we have some photos of that project, please?
maybe as they get us the photos, Honorable Chairman, could the witness tell us what was the scope? And could he share these PQs? I hope he should have already shared.
Dispensary.
There is a pipe around that dispensary, which is the project here. There is a pipe that was protruding from the trench with no water. Yeah, that one.
Oh, that one.
Yes.
Now, what about the spring? Did the team made efforts to go to the spring?
No, we were not able to visit the spring.
Okay.
Yeah. But Chair, this pipe explains it all. It is dry, and in our report it is captured as complete and operational.
Okay, maybe if I go back to the CEO, what was the... This is the rising main, eh?
Yes.
If I'm not wrong.
Yes, gravity main.
Gravity main. Okay, it is not being pumped.
No, it is gravity.
It's gravity water.
Yes. Maybe, Chair, you can allow us, we have left our phones there, we could share the pictures. The true pictures of the source, and of course, or you allow the director to describe the PQs, because it is conclusive as per the PQ. That's why I've said, whatever we have indicated as complete is per the PQ, which we provided to the contractor. And that is why we have also factored in as a department, of course, in conjunction with the leadership of Koyondurio, to continue with this project, because this is a very viable project. If we can share pictures, you will see. At that particular time when the contractor was concluding her work, there was a lot of water there. If you can see that pipe, there is a lot of water. So if
Honorable Chairman.
Maybe before we proceed, is there a value for money to the level at which the project is for now?
Yes, yes.
Honorable
a lot
Chairman,
of value.
Yes.
Remember, the CEO has just described to us and said there was one side, the source, one source, where they were kicked out. So they chose another source. My question is, even when you are coming up with the 5-point-something million, which source did you have in mind? Even when you are coming up with the BQs, you have described this project at the point where you have a conflict with the people. Were the BQs complete then?
Yes, that is why.
Are you suggesting that, therefore, that one source was the same as the other? You already knew. You had to shift the sources.
And that is why I'm saying when we shifted the source, it
Okay,
became
it's not the same project.
Chair,
Let me
Chair.
give guidance for better understanding of the members. We have the first source that we had conflicts. Am I right, Bonasio? Then now we have the second source, which there is no conflict. Now, between the first source and the second source, which source is the farthest one? Is far away. And the one that had conflicts. So we have a 5 point. What about the current one? 5.5. So we have a difference of 1.2 kilometers. And that one, according to me, was only to affect the gravity main. Am I right? It was not supposed to affect the construction of the reservoir and the rising and the spring protection. Am I right? Now, where is the tank for this water?
it had not been captured in the picture. Maybe Lele can do that.
The director explain. And you will have to share that document. Yes.
I think Chief Officer narrated it very clearly that he has the PQ for the said project. Because indeed we are now confused because we are seeing the pipe while he is just alleging that there was a lot of water. And from the look of things, the pipe is dry. So maybe can you share the PQ so that we can read from the same page? Because we know how much
Bonasio, do you have the BQ with us now?
Yes. Maybe
Can you, the sergeant,
to be
please?
projected, yeah.
Because what we want to know is what was paid for. What did you pay? Because you pay something
Give
that
us
is
the
complete.
BQ.
And then again, Chair.
Yes.
Without a single tap being opened, can we call that a successful project? Without even a 20-liter jerrycan fetching water?
Chair.
Will we call that a successful project?
Straight away so that we can understand what did the CEO pay exactly. Is it distribution? Is it what? We want to know what did the CEO pay.
Chair, I wanted to clarify one thing, Chair. When we say it's complete, we are referring to the tendered works. And sometimes the tendered works may not, the amount that was allocated may not include the tank. And
Chair, make us to understand. We have not say it is included. We have only asked what did CEO pay in that project. Just short and clear.
Yeah, I have indicated clearly, we have the PQ here with us. Our phones have been confiscated there. If we are allowed, and this is a public document,
Chairman.
we don't hide anything. We can protect
Honorable
it.
Chairman, I think the witness is saying something which is not very kind. He claims that this house confiscates phones.
I request that we withdraw that statement. The phones have been stored at the reception. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
I'm also requesting, Chair, allow me to go and keep...
okay, before I allow you, let us have a word from the director. Concerning what was the, because you are the person on the ground, and I know you know the scope of work. Can you explain to us? And then I will give Honorable Bridget.
Chair and the honorable members, what the scopes of works for Koyondurio was rehabilitation of the source, which was done in Kaptilol, 5.5 kilometers, starting with 3-inch HDP of 12.5, 1.5 kilometers, 500 meters of PN10, and 2 kilometers for 2.2, a total of 3 kilometers of 2-inch. That is PN 12.5 HDP. And it ended in the dispensary. But initially, the project was actually, the first design was 4.3 kilometers. And it was to end in the shopping center of Ndurio. But because of the dispute that arose, and we changed the source to Kaptilal.
Now, I want to ask you a question. You only did the spring protection? Yes. And the rising main, and the gravity main? Yes. And 5.5 is
It is not 5.5, it is 5,004,000.
5,004,000. Is it not 5.4?
No, I'll confirm. It is not 5.4.
According to the budget, it was, but the bidding won the tender at 5,004,000.
Chair.
Now, Bwana CEO and the director, there is a problem here. And you will not run away from this. If a water project that is being done, solarized scheme, does not cost even 4 million. What about a water project that is gravity water? No pumping, no tank. And then surely you tell us 5 million has just gone that way.
Chair, Now,
Yes.
I think part of testing should be, and I'm talking from experience, Chair. Now, do we have anybody who benefited from the said project? As in, there are some people taking water now. Because I know, as the chair has just put it, I know in my ward there is some projects being done which involve making reservation and even distribution. Did we have any people who actually who benefited from the same project in any case?
No, Chair, but because of the distance, we couldn't have, maybe we could have placed a standby on the dispenser, but because there was no, the dispenser installed, then it was not done.
Chair, I think I'm still prosecuting something. Now, how did you test this project, whether it was pipes were okay, no leakage, no nothing? Because before you pay any, you must test those pipes, whether it was well joined. And how did you test in the first place so that you pay?
Chair,
because from the look of things, Chair, I may be forced to conclude that you only put pipes. There is difference between buying pipes and laying down of the pipes and then testing whether it is well connected. So in this case, Director, tell us, how did you test before you issuance of certificates? Because I know, I mean, particularly that project, because I know you have been so hard in Crown. How did you test that one?
Chair, if I'm allowed to produce a video of the same when it was completed, I will. I will produce a video showing water running from that pipe at the same point in the dispensary where you have seen at least you have seen it right now. And the testing was done. I only want to maybe to apologize on it was written complete and operational, but it is not operational since there is nobody who is benefiting from that water. But it is complete as part of PQ.
Chair,
Yes,
with
Honorable
your
Sarbe.
indulgence. Chair, I think if we continue projecting these things, Chair, maybe you can rule we move, because the same people for Enego, Mr. Chair, the dispensary, you saw it yourself when we had the Department of Health. Now there is another cost project which 5 million has gone. There is no single drop of water. Maybe, Chair, you can rule that this committee will leave us with the PQs, we proceed, because we are traumatizing the people of Enego, Mr. Chair, because they don't have an hospital, they don't have a water project. And we continue debating, Chair, we will not achieve anything. So you can rule and we go to the next project.
Kindly, Chair, before you rule, Chair.
Honorable Chair.
Chair, I'm not comfortable with the word.
Honorable Chair.
That the measure
I thought the witness is only supposed to respond to questions.
Honorable members, let us have a...
It's not a cost project, Chair.
Honorable Chair, may I ask the two officials, are you certain that FLOCA allows to be part of another project? How is it?
Yes, thank you.
What is the program? What does the program document say? Who funded the first project?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Minor. I want to confirm that the FLOCA resources are allowed to be used in continuity of water projects. The only resources which we were told is we are not allowed as a department to do what we call twin allocation is the projects that were done using World Bank resources. Like, for example, if we were to implement K-Wash World Bank resources, we will not use it now to extend the FLOCA water projects. But the one which was done by the CDF and the county government, we are allowed to use the resources so long as it benefits the residents of that place. So we do not have any objection on that. But again, still, I want to say that this project appears to all of us as if there was some mischievous handling of resources. But I want to say that if we go to the PQ, that's why I've requested that we can project the PQ for us to to analyze. Remember, this is a project that we are doing. We are laying a pipeline in a very long distance. This is 5.5 kilometers. If we were doing it within like 2 kilometers, things could be different. And that's why the honorable member has said we put a lot of resources on drilling of power, like 5 million, but the drilled power serves only within a short area. Remember, this is a project that is serving about, it is supposed to go, by the way, 7 kilometers. And that's why now we are factoring in Floga so that we do the piping from Enego to Ndurio. And we have factored in the issue of the tank. So as a department, we were very much aware about this project. And we persuaded, we discussed as a department.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Ketel.
Before even we talk of distribution of water, we are asking why is the pipe dry? And we have never been given that answer.
Chair, it was closed. The water was flowing from Koptilol to Enego. That is why the director said he can show the evidence through the video when the contractor was holding a pipe full of water flowing at Enego. And even the members of Enego can confirm because they protested. They told us to disconnect because it was spoiling the road. The water was flowing to across the road. So we closed. So once we conclude the construction of the tank, which it has commenced, by the way, it has commenced now. Once we conclude, we will now connect at the source.
Yes.
I think it is good for us to get useful information. You know, I can see that the CEO likes to tell stories, but you see, the question is very simple. I asked earlier on, and he talked about no variation. Right now, he's mentioning that there was distance and so on, so there was change. Unless he doesn't understand what variation means. However, having said all that, who developed the BQs? These BQs that you would like us to refer to as Bible, who developed them? The first BQ and the second?
They are developed within the department.
So these are your property.
Yes.
So you can play around with them to suit what you want. Easily, that's what it means. Because one time you are doing one project in one direction, then you changed in another direction and you decided, are you suggesting to this committee that the first phase of the project that was supposed to be described as complete and operational was to end the way it ended? The way it ended in that church?
Yes,
that was that the initial plan? To end in that dispensary?
Through the chair, it was not supposed to end in the dispensary. Initially, we had 4.3 kilometers with a storage tank. But when we had issues, the issues at the source.
Point of inquiry, Chair. What was the size of the storage tank, for record?
It was 30 meter cubic. So when that one was not possible, we came back again as a technical team and we redesigned since we had gotten the new source of Kaptilol. So when we redesigned, it could not actually accommodate the masonry storage.
What was the cost of constructing the 30-meter cube tank? What was the cost?
600,000.
600,000.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you justify now the difference in length?
Yes, we
have a difference of 1.2 kilometer. Was the entire 600,000 covering 1.2 kilometers?
Yes, it covered the 200, it covered 1 kilometer. In the initial design, the source was actually supposed to be developed. But the second source had an existing weir which was supposed to be rehabilitated. So there was some savings that enabled us to increase the distance of the distribution of the gravity main to 5.5 kilometers.
Chair, for clarification, the second source is already aware in place.
Yes, Chair.
And now the difference is just 1.2 kilometers.
The difference of the two distances is 1.2 kilometers.
Okay, so, Director, what was the cost of constructing the new spring? What was the cost in the BQ?
The construction was around 700,000.
700,000?
Yes.
And now you have another 600,000 that was meant for the construction of the tank.
And another...
Is that true?
Yes.
Now, can you justify for us?
And another 400 and, I think around 440,000.
For?
From the, which were meant for construction of the weir. Because now, we did...
So we have, from your own words, we have 600,000, we have 700,000, we have another 400,000, a total of 1.7 million.
No. I've said 600,000.
For the construction of
the masonry tank, 30 meter cube.
30 meter cube.
Yes.
And then you are saving 700,000 because you had already an existing weir.
Yes, we didn't save because the weir required rehabilitation, which we placed around 241,000. I'll confirm the figures.
Chair, make us to understand which year did we allocate this money? Which year? Because we know we have some conflicting letters over the same. That's why let it be clear so that we know which year was really budgeted for.
I'll confirm that, but it was 21-22. I'll confirm. Because we said in the oath, I'll speak the truth and nothing but the truth, but allow me to confirm that, because I don't want to contradict myself.
Are you aware of another year, maybe 2017, 2018, 2020, that it was allocated the same 3.2 to the same project? You are aware?
I'll confirm the same because I'm dealing with around
ICT, maybe we can project that.
Okay, before even you project, when did you came into the department? Director. When did you came into
2019.
2019.
Yes.
So even any allocation that was done to that project.
But I was in another sub-county before I came to headquarters. I came in 2019. I was in Jesumei from 2018.
So can we have the ICT to project that project?
Government is, Chair, government is perpetual.
Maybe you can ask him whether there was handing over.
Now, as the ICT projects that project, Bwana Director, I'm still following on you. We have 600,000 that was meant for the tank, masonry tank. That is correct?
Yes.
We have another, you've said from the 700,000 that was made for the weir, you took 240, eh? So we have around 440,000 savings from the weir. Is that correct?
Yeah. You'll allow me, Chair, to confirm also the same because...
No, you know, why do you want to confirm and yet you are the one giving us the figures? You have already said and it is recorded.
And I don't want to say, I promise to say the truth. So I'll also stand by that, Chair.
The ICT, please, can you confirm what to be projected from Honorable Keter? Now, the figures that you have just mentioned are figures from you. Am I correct?
Chair, may I request to be allowed the PQ so that I can give the exact figures?
Am I correct?
You are correct, but allow me to check the PQ. I want to be sincere to you.
Before he confirms the BQ.
Yes, Honorable Tolole.
Allow me to ask, I've seen the director answering this. What was the need of you giving us that the project is complete and operational in paper?
Chair, I think I'll repeat the same thing I said. I said the project was complete as per the BQ, but not operational.
Now, Director, let us not get confused here. In a layman's language, when you say complete and operational, in a layman's language. What do you mean?
In a layman's language, at least there is some water into the households.
Now,
So, Chair, you wanted it to seem to the people that it was operational. Maybe if the Ad-hoc committee would not have been formed, we would not get the details. We would even be thinking that it is complete and operational. And allow me to ask the CEC, did you go through the report that came to this house?
CC,
I went through the report, Chair.
now, Bwana CC, in a report that is indicated complete and operational, what do you mean? How do you understand that?
Thank you, Chair. From the explanations, now should have been tendered works completed. And then it requires more money for expansion.
You know, Waziri.
Some of the reports that we did.
So, Chair, you are getting the information now. You've served this county government as the CEC of lands for 7 years.
Chair,
Waziri, let me take you slowly by slowly. If today I give you a document from Honorable Matata, and I have indicated complete and operational, maybe I was handling a certain project. Now I come with a report, I give to you, and in my final remarks, I indicate complete and operational. What will be your understanding?
And as he explains that, Chair, in some other projects, they are clearly indicating in tender stage.
So Waziri, what is the understanding?
Maybe ICT team chair.
Okay, before they project, let us have the Waziri respond to complete and operational.
Chair, on this particular project, I visited the project.
Let us leave this project. What do you understand by the word complete and operational? And don't make reference to this project.
Complete and operational means the project is complete and it is working, Chair.
How is it working?
That's what it would mean.
Chair, one challenge that we have with water projects.
Honorable Chair, this thing is not taking Waziri that long. What does it mean to be complete and operational, Bwana Waziri?
Chair,
in simple terms.
Chair, maybe the only term that is relative is operational. But as I said, Chair, the problem with water projects is that they are done in phases.
Waziri.
Yeah, let him take us through procurement processes, Chair.
This project, even if they were to be done in phases, should be captured in the reports. Am I right?
That then that works
am I right?
complete.
No.
Yes,
am
Chair.
I right?
Yes, Chair.
If it were to be done in phases,
yes, Chair,
it was supposed to be captured in the report that now this is phase 1. Am I right?
Yes, or if not phase.
What happened now? No. What happened now to a project that it is not being done in phases and it has been written complete and operational? What happened to that one?
As I said, it means that the
Waziri, you don't want to answer the question.
Honorable Chair, if Waziri doesn't want to answer that question,
let us proceed.
leave in that
move on,
place.
yeah.
Proceed. And move on.
Can we project that water project, please? Which one is this?
Same project, Chair. I was asking between the different, because it is stated here clearly that our contractor was awarded a tender of 3.298, as you can see, with some sense. The same project again, it is alluded that it was put 5.4 something. So which means the same project has costed over 8 million. Now we want explanation.
Can we see that stamp? Who is the chief officer there?
Mangira.
Solomon Mangira.
So can you give us the overview of the said project? Because it's, as you can see that later, that work was awarded a contract of 3.2, 98.59. The same contract, you also went ahead and award 5.4. Can you give us explanation over the same?
Thank you, Chair. The first award, the contractor did not do the work. So the work was not done. So this allocation in the new financial year is a different allocation with different areas to cover.
Maybe a question. Chair, a question. Who did the weir? Because the director told us there was an existing weir. Who did the weir?
And furthermore, Chair, the more the CC is just denying that, we are all aware on cancellation of tender. So if you are aware that the contractor did not report, do you have any kind of correspondence or cancellation of anything that's showing there was a cancellation of that tender?
Chair, I request that we be allowed to furnish the assembly with the details of the cancellation of the
Honorable Chair, who did the weir? The Waziri is bypassing the question from Honorable Tarpei. And Waziri, remember you are a born-again Christian. You are an evangelist, as well as long-serving Waziri from almost 7 years. Don't lie to this Honorable House, Honorable Waziri. Who did the weir?
Yes, Chair.
Before we continue.
Chair, as you have rightfully said, I'm a born-again Christian and a preacher and a man of integrity. Kindly,
you are lying to this Honorable House.
This is what this
Honorable
is.
members,
allow me to invite the director to explain.
I want to rule on this issue because we are
we
are heading somewhere. Waziri, you know these questions are very direct sometimes. And when you deviate from the question, that is now it gives a lot of questions to be asked. You've been asked who did the weir.
Chair, allow me to respond.
Yes, respond.
I am one of the people who went to the source of Kaptilal. And the history which we were given there is that this was done by colonial. It is a weir which was done long time, not recently, not even after the inception of county government. That is why we were supposed to do rehabilitation. It is a source which they had been depleted.
Now was in Bonasio, going from the tabulations that the director gave us, these all projects, we have some savings, right or wrong?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have some savings sometimes, but I want to say this.
Wait first. Okay. We have some savings. We've left the first spring. We went to the second spring. To the benefit of the county government, we had a weir, an existing weir. We saved some money. All along here, we have a stone masonry tank that it has not been built. The question is, Bonasio, don't you see there is something in between here?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to say that these seats that we are sitting on are sometimes hot. That is why director could not comprehend and say what he understands. Because to the best of my knowledge, since the time I came to the department, I have in many times gone through and analyzed the PQ. Unless what he meant, or unless if the PQ is talking about is the one which I have not seen as a chief of Southeast Department. So to be sincere, unless if he is in a position to explain that, personally, I want to say what we did was in conformity with the PQs. And that is why I want to request that for us to put this issue to rest, allow us to furnish this Ad-hoc committee with all the documents, up to including what has been shown on the screens.
Now,
because I'm aware.
That one
yes.
I allow. You will give us the documents.
Thank you.
Now, to rest that issue, we've been shown an award letter there, dated 2020. Is it? Yes. 2020. July 2020. Today, we are in October 2024, 4 years down the line. Are we doing justice to the people of Enego? Waziri.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Waziri. Oh. Are we doing justice?
Thank you,
4 years down the line.
Thank you, Chair. Before we came into the new dispensation of Ward Fund, initially, when I joined this department,
Chair,
it was the responsibility of the member of the County Assembly who identified the project.
Chair.
And
point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Waziri.
So if it was not
Waziri, order, honorable member. Waziri, if you continue the way you want to continue, I will invoke standing order 106.
I withdraw, Chair.
And throw you out of this session.
I've withdrawn, Chair.
If you don't want to answer questions, it's better even you keep quiet.
Chair.
And I want to affirm to you, if you continue the way you want to continue, I will invoke standing order 106.
I've withdrawn, Chair.
What is the point of order?
It's okay, Chair, since the witness has just withdrawn, because I heard him talking of Ward Fund while we are discussing the projects of 2022, 2023, 2024. So the witness was out of order to mention the Ward Fund.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
My memory,
the issue
Chair,
of Enego water project, honorable members, let us
maybe before
Chair,
you rest one additional document, Chair.
Yes.
That I want to request that the department supplies plus the BQ is the contract for the same. The contract agreement.
Quite in order, Chair. We will provide all the documents.
May I, Chairman, before we leave then, first of all, how much is the project going to cost now? Yeah, so that you can finally say it's complete and operational.
Well,
considering what you said you have added.
Well, to Ndurio Sender, it is going to cost 3.8 and some.
Total,
some
I said, what would be the total according to you now?
Of course, you will have 3.8.
Total.
It will be roughly 8.9
million.
But still that will not be enough. That still will not be enough, because we will be doing a return pipe to Enego to supply water to the residents. But what I am talking is mainly gravity pipes and main pipes, not supplying water to the residents now, piping to the households. So that is why I'm saying it will still again require more resources. But what we are talking about, up to including the BQ which we have now for the flocker.
So it's going to be 9 million.
Yes.
And originally it was 5.
Originally.
Or it was even 3 first, then it went to 5. You changed the site, found there is already a wire there, but the price kept going up anyway. Now it's at 9 million.
Of course,
and not a drop to any
Honorable
household.
member, let us proceed. Let us go to the next project, please.
Chair, maybe just the last question, Chair.
Concerning the same project.
Yeah, I just wanted to know the contractor who did the work, and now have they done that for the flocker? If it's the same contractor, we wanted just to know.
I'll be very candid on this, and I want to be very categorical that the contractors are not the same. The contractor for the one who did the initial work is not the same as the one who is doing the present work. But the reason as to why I'm saying I want to be candid here is because during the brokerage, during the time when we were negotiating with the contractor to complete the work, we had promised. But unfortunately, the person did not fill the tender form accordingly, appropriately. Otherwise, one of the agreement was...
Bwana CEO, you are trading on a very dangerous ground. You are trading on a very dangerous ground. And your life.
I know, and that is why I was answering, knowing that the member probably had heard about it.
Now,
but now that's why I'm saying the contractor did not...
very dangerous ground. That is very dangerous. Let us proceed.
Chair, because another project, the Kipsebwa water project, still in Koyondurio, maybe they can tell us about it. Then I will guide further on the specifics of what we found on the ground. So they can briefly tell us about the Kipsebwa water project.
Chair, can you allow me to?
Yes, proceed.
The Kipsebwa water project was done this year, and this one has got it had got two sources, whereby they were supposed to have done the spring, 2 springs, and in that case there was an existing weir and source which was not complete, which was done by the church, and the contractor wanted to continue with the one for the church, but we told him to stick to what we had given him, to start with a new source and also do a gravity scheme and do a masonry tank around the technical institution near the church, and that was done, but the project has delayed because of there were some issues with the church that they did not, some way leave issues. They had some way leave issues with the church, and it delayed the project. But since the issue was resolved, then the contractor will now continue to complete the works which were tendered for.
Okay, Chair.
Yes, Mosbe.
According to the report, the project is complete, it is operational, and it is paid. Maybe the ICT can project. Maybe we are talking about different projects, but who knows?
Is that the one, Bwana Director?
Yes, that is the project.
What did you explain?
But I think there is a problem with the writing. I want to be sincere that the one who was compiling the report was, in fact, we told him it is not complete and it is not operational, not unless he pasted and said complete and operational. But according to our records, it is not complete, it is not operational, and it is not paid.
So in another way, you want to disown the report that was brought to this house?
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Tufosa.
The director said maybe it was, the report was not reported well. And yet the CC had said they went through the report before the report was handed to this Honorable House. So there is some contradicting words. Because
Chair,
who signs the report that it is the correct one?
Chair, we honor, we accept our errors which took place. Even there are projects which were repeated. Even if you can check from the list, it was
have you
done
gone
hurriedly.
personally to that project?
I've gone there personally. I was
Chair.
even with the area MCA.
Chair, I know there is something I wanted the ICT chair to project on how the project it is being run, and they know very well, because I know in my ward there has been about 3 projects or 4 projects that it has been done, and before they normally send somebody to come and take the coordinates. It is good, Chair, if the same one can be projected on how those coordinates it is being picked. And yes, that is one of the example, Chair, on where exactly the water and the pipes will be flowing from. Now, if indeed that one that it is in my ward, it was drawn something like that, and it is captured in your document, how comes you are not displaying the one for Goyo Ndurio and Kipsebwa? Because that one is one of your documents. You send somebody, one of the officers, to come and do some, I don't know whether should I call it visibility or viability of the said water. Just from, you can read from the main source where it's supposed to go, to start from, and it goes. And if you go today to that Mogon or Nokia, you will see it, how the pipe has moved and what has been built right from there to that place. How comes you are not showing us the other one? Where is the document showing that? Because for anybody to approve whether the pipes has been done or water is flowing directly, at least this one I can say more than 50 people are benefiting from water, and you can, anyone can follow. Do you have such of
Director?
coordinates?
We have coordinates, but not all the projects.
On that note, Chair.
Yes.
Can the director tell us whether there is some percentage allocated for project supervision fee, and how the same fee is being utilized?
Always we have 5% of supervision allocated to each and every project. 2% goes to management fee and 3% goes to supervision.
Takes the 3%.
From the 3%, let's assume that 3% was 100,000. You also subdivide the same 3% into the design, because we are not allocated money for designing of projects. We're only being given the money for projects. So we also divide the 3% into design. We give to the engineer who is going to supervise. We give to inspection and acceptance from that amount. We also give to the management by also the director from that amount again.
Does anywhere, maybe the ward administrator or something appear in this percentage?
That one is for the flogger. For the flogger, it is different. We have the management committee from the flogger, whereby they take 20% of the zero of the 3%. That goes to the ward administrator and the ward committee. And then the others are also distributed to the design, that is given to the water engineer, they are given to the inspection and acceptance.
Chair. Chair, I looking at that project, that is the Kipsebwa, and I want to ask the ICT to, you look at that project, the tank is situated in somebody's home.
So we were asking, did you make an agreement with the owner of the land? Did you buy land maybe to situate that tank over there?
Thank you, Chair. Let me respond to that. First of all, I want to say that as county government or the Department of Lands, we do not have resources to buy land in anywhere in our execution of works. What we normally do is that we engage the residents through a public participation. And in some cases, like the case of this water project, initially we wanted to put in a public land church, but unfortunately they did not agree with that. So during that public participation, this Muse, the Muse who gave us this land, told the public participation that he was willing that we put a tank in his land and we will enter into an agreement. And that is what we agreed on the ground, and that is exactly what we were doing. We will be doing before we commission, or rather, before we hand over that project to the public. And we have also videos for the public participation. We can still again share all the information. But like I have said, we do not have any allocation as a department to purchase or to buy land where we put a tank.
So, Chief, what you are trying to say is that the report that you gave us is not accurate, that it is complete, it is operational, and the people of Kipsebwa now are benefiting from that project, and that it has not been paid.
Yes, the correct position through the chair, Honorable Mospe, is that the project has not been paid. And like Director stated earlier on, is that the position of this project is that the contractor delayed, but is about to assume site now and progress the work. So I want to say that maybe, like the way Lele said, is that maybe what is indicated there was an error.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, on that note, I still want to ask the question on the supervision fee. Who are these to be paid? Because if you are receiving wrong information from the ground, it means to some extent the supervision fee is being taken somewhere, and that's why you are receiving wrong information from the ground. Could that be the true picture?
Through the chair, Honorable Tarbei, is that this money we use as a facilitation, because remember these engineers traverse the entire constituency, for that matter, or a sub-county. So every other time when they travel, the contractor facilitate. It's not that they are given money, or rather they are given as allowance. It is only facilitation. And the true picture of what we have seen there is actually what we get from the technical people on the ground. And I can say without contradiction that these are facts. They are factual. And in many times, we have also visited these projects. Like me and my Osiria, we have said, we have been to Enego, we've been to Kipsebwa, I've been there myself, I know that place. And many other water projects, which we have said, and which we are yet to say. And I really want to thank Honorable Chemundu.
CEO, as you explained,
yes.
Kindly give us a picture. The contractor, whom does the contractor remit the money to in the department?
They don't remit to the department. They remit to the concerned people. I have said, like during inspection, they channel to the director because he is the one who is consolidating the team who are going for inspection. During the monitoring, because actually this is supervision fee, they give direct to the officer concerned.
So it's the director in this case who gets the money?
No, for inspection and acceptance. During the inspection, we have a committee. We have a committee who normally go there to inspect for them to approve whether it is due for payment or not. So during that time, they have to look for a vehicle to move as a team to go and do the inspection. So that is why I'm saying during that time now, they facilitate that team.
And that's why I'm asking CEO, just the person whom they send the money.
We have the chairman committee of inspection. And of course, maybe the director can say that. But then before I give the director to say that, I want to thank the honorable member because honorable member has expressed it so clearly on the work that we are doing as a department. He has shown through what has been reflected there,
Honorable Chair,
the good work that we are doing as a department.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Can we be very clear? You have talked about some money. Who is the one remitting the money?
To the officers.
Contractor or?
It is the contractor.
So contractor remits?
Yes. It is reflected in the PQ.
Let's take the example of this one, the work that you like here. So who, the contractor remitted to who in this particular case? And in what form?
You know that is like he has, the director mentioned is that these are operational costs. It is reflected in the PQ,
no, and
the director understands, and the contractor, every contractor understands very well that he has to facilitate these officers to move around supervising the work.
The officers of the county government of Nandi?
Yes, it is
so
there.
In this case, in this project, this particular one, and maybe the other one,
yes,
who was facilitated and in what way? What was the method?
The one for Gipsebu or
both of these.
Enego.
Both of these, yes.
We have an officer. We have an officer.
Order, honorable members and the chief officer. Let me give guidance on that. I think so that we don't be specific to the two projects. Give us a clear arrangement because we have projects across the 30 wards. So we cannot just speak on the two projects. Can you give us a clear arrangement on now this facilitation occurs?
Let me give director.
To be direct.
Let me allow director to respond to that.
Okay.
Okay, members, all these projects are in the supervision mode. In the practical way, how it's supposed to be done is that the government actually, the department is supposed to provide a vehicle to all our engineers to visit all the projects on daily basis as they progress. But unfortunately, we have one vehicle. So the money that is given as supervision is given to each and every engineer who visits site for two ways. One is to fuel either the motorbike he has used or the vehicle that he has used or she has used. And also on the same, a token of lunch. Let's say if he visits, because he's supposed to visit several times until the end.
So the question is, so that you don't go into long stories.
Yes.
From the contractor, who receives the money?
The engineer and also myself when I go to visit all the projects.
So it is yourself?
Not me, I'm not taking all the money from the total amount. To be sincere, we want to be open and we say we speak the truth. If it is 100,000, I'm entitled only to 20,000. If I go there 20 times, I'll have to divide the same 20,000, 1,000 each time I visit the project 20 times. So if I visit a project 20 times, I'll have to use 1,000 each and every time. And there's a booklet we are supposed to sign.
Chair, the way I normally see the BQ is being met, it's just stated there, supervision fee 20,000 or 50,000. So from the from the witness, he has just stated if it is 20, I'll only take 20 and leave the rest. So tell me now, I wanted to know, how will you tell your share there now? Because it is normally captured in the BQ that supervision is just 50,000 or 30,000. Here you come and take your 20. How will you tell that 20 is yours or 30 is yours? Because it is captured as a lump sum.
Okay, Chair, all the monies are lump sum. We have two ways of usage of this supervision. For Floga is different, but for our normal projects, 20% of the total amount, let's say if it is 50,000, 10,000 comes to my office. And 40,000, from the 40,000, 10,000 goes for supervision and inspection and acceptance. That one, there are 7 members. We give them 1,000 each when they visit site, and 3,000 for fueling. Either if they get a vehicle or if they look for a vehicle on a lower side. Sometimes it depends on the area they are visiting. And then from the 20,000, I'll also fuel either my vehicle or my motorcycle to visit the site. I'll utilize that amount for fueling and also lunch.
Okay, let us move to the next project.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
May I ask the officers, do you know Kibarmos Water Project? Yes or no? And where is it situated?
Waziri?
Yes, Chair, we know the project. It is in Gabilonik. And desilting was done. And fencing also of the same project. And an embankment was also done. For one consecutive 1 year.
What is its status as we are speaking?
Personally, I want to be sincere. I have not visited in the last 1 week.
The last what?
I have not visited the project in the last 1 week.
Maybe
you will assist me, give me if you visited the last week, you can give us the status.
How about the last 3 weeks? Were you there?
I only visited Simatuet water project.
Now, so you don't know the status of Kiparmos Water Project in short?
At the moment.
Chair, I want to be sincere. I would wish the director need to be sincere to some bit of level. You've said you've not had a visit for the last 1 week. This means that you've had other several meetings, visit before that 1 week. Had you ever visited before? Now that you've said for the last 1 week, that clearly means you've had other several visits on this particular project.
Through the chair, as he answers that, when was it started? The current status and way forward before we do the next action.
And for clarity, Pana Director, do you actually understand where that project is? I have remembered that project. Do you understand how that project is?
I don't understand at the moment, but during the construction that was there.
When was that?
2023.
And you said on record that you have not been there in the last 1 week.
Yes.
So you've lied on oath. Thank you.
Yeah,
Proceed.
Chair, allow me to ask one question for the director.
So before that, kindly through the chair, director has just told us that shielding was done, fencing was done. Any other thing or that way?
initially the design was not actually only for desilting. We had two designs. We had one design that we really wanted to pump that water to the highest point of Kibarmo's hill, or an higher point. And unfortunately, the funds were not enough, but the funds that we got from the MCA whom was at that time, we had agreed that we do it in phases. That phase one was desilting, and then money be appropriated for the next financial year for the pumping scheme and also distribution if it could allow. That withstanding, we moved ahead and we developed a BQ of around 46 million that the outgoing MCA had agreed to visit Lake Victoria North for assistance of more funding. And since then, since there was a change of guard, we have not done any other project on the same. But we are requesting, since the MCA is here, we are requesting, if possible, he can actually allocate funds so that we can proceed with the project.
Honorable Chair, we are not talking of MCA, this is another committee. So kindly, through the chair, how much has it been pumped to that project as we request the ICT team to project that?
Chair, I'm also worried the witness here must withdraw and apologize on saying the MCA are the one allocating funds. While we know we only pass the budget from executive.
I withdraw and apologize.
Kindly, through the chair, ICT
Can we
team.
have the ICT, please? Project,
Chair,
Barbados Water Project.
As a project, allow me to ask one question to director, and I know the director had committed to tell this out, the truth and nothing but the truth. Who is the contractor for Kipkoriony Water Project in Lelmokwa and Jebinyin Water Project in Kurkung, Surungai?
Lelmokwa is called Chitak, Kenya Limited, and Chebinyin is Kaiden.
Do you know the directors of those companies?
No, I don't know at the moment.
Is that the truth?
Yes, if you can confirm, they are Chitak and Kaiden.
Okay.
The ICT let us have the projection of Kibarwas Water Project.
Maybe as the project also, Chair, it's something slightly, what we have already covered. I wanted to know whether the rest of the officers, including Waziri, have ever enjoyed this money that they talked about, the supervision money. It's just a yes or no. You don't have to explain anything.
Yeah, Chair, we don't receive that money, Chair.
No.
Is there a way of verification if you have received or not?
Chair, I thought the director was very clear to whom the same is paid to. Chair.
And so, Director, when this money is paid, I'm just waiting for when this money is paid, do you wait for the contractor to be paid first so that you follow it, or how does it come?
As the works are beginning, you work with the contractor. He's paying in bits. Not all the money are paid at once. You pay in bits as you move on. You don't wait until he's paid.
So it's possible to make the case that you can be in an unholy alliance with the contractor, knowing that you have your money there.
It cannot be an alliance because that one is in the PQ.
Not just alliance, an unholy alliance.
It cannot be so because that one is for facilitation to the project and for you to have the project being done. Otherwise, the projects would have not been done the way they are. I think you also appreciate, Chair, that most of the projects are done as per the PQ.
The way they are done poorly. Okay, now, may I also ask, whenever you leave like that because you are officers of the government, do you draw an allowance from the government? Or do you use government vehicles and government fuel? How do you cut the line? How do you draw the line?
Okay, for the supervision, when you are given the money, you sign each and every time you receive these monies. And when there is the vehicle from the government, you don't ask for the supervision. In most cases, the supervision money is not a lot of money that you will really. Some contractors don't even.
No, Bana Director, either big money or small money, it is money. So
Yes, I know.
So don't go there.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
If I may just add something on the issue of supervision fee, I want to say that this is a standard. It happens everywhere, even the public works officers. Whenever they visit sites, there is some percentage of what they are given as supervision fee. So it is a standard which has been there. It's a tradition.
You know, but Chief, the honorable members are not disputing the supervision fee. What is being discussed is the procedure or how it is handled. So I think that is the issue. The issue is, I think, to the best of my knowledge, nobody is disputing the supervision fee. But how it is being handled is the issue at hand. So Kibarwas Water Project,
so Chair,
then maybe, Waziri, have you ever visited that project, CEO?
I have not. I have never been to that place.
You don't know the location?
I really don't know.
And what about Waziri? Waziri, do you know the location of that project?
Chair, there are no features that can.
The ICT, please. Can you replay back the structure? Yeah, that one. Can you locate that project?
Chair, from about 356 projects that we have in Nandi, I may not be able to remember where these ones are.
Waziri, you haven't heard of Kibarmos Water Project?
I know Kibarmos and I've been to that project last year.
For that, is there any value for money up to that point?
Honorable Chair, allow me pose this question to the CEO. I want him to assist me locate a project in my ward known as Ngeny Water Project, where an allocation of approximately 2 million, that's 1.9 million, has been allocated. And then also, I heard the CEC saying that there are above 300 projects, water projects in Nandi, that money has been put ever since you assumed office. That is from let's say 2018 to date. What percentage of the population in Nandi get access to water in courtesy of your department?
Thank you, Chair. Even as I try to answer this question, I wanted to make one point, Chair, that the challenge that we have with water projects in Nandi is sustainability. The moment the project is complete and we have handed over to the concerned committees, we expect the committees to manage the projects the same way the school committees manage. And that is why when we realized that we have a challenge of that sustainability, that is why we brought to this House, Chair, a request to start a rural water company.
Chair.
To manage these projects.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Is it in order for witness to take us around? The question it was directly. We didn't need more explanation on that.
Maybe.
Okay, Chair, let me respond, Chair.
Let me put you the question by Mheshimiwa Tololei. Since you came into office, how many families are benefiting from tap water? according to your data?
At the moment, we have 114 complete projects where residents are getting water, and each project on average, out of 114, on average, we have about, there are those that have 100, others have 150, 250. It's a small percentage, considering the fact that we have 30 wards and the population that we have is big. I want to say that the population that is receiving water is very low. And the reason I want to appreciate...
Now, Waziri, does it justify the rating you give to yourself?
I was coming there, Chair. Chair, I want to appreciate the third assembly, for one thing, that this is the first time that water, our department, we were allocated enough resources in one project that went up to completion. And it is this third assembly that has enabled us to complete projects that were pending. Because initially, we would have, in one ward, we would have a situation where an allocation of 3 million was distributed to about 10 projects, each having 300,000, and therefore it explains the reason why it took time for projects to be complete. But I want to appreciate this assembly because every time our allocation
finished. Before you appreciate, you've been asked a simple question.
Yes.
Since you came into office, how many families have tap water in their home states? What is the percentage? Let me allow you to answer in terms of percentage.
Thank you, Chair. And there was a question, Chair, which you asked me, does it qualify me to...
Answer the first question on the percentage of beneficiaries.
Yeah, it's about 15%.
15%.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Chair, allow me, just in conjunction with that, how much do you get every financial year for water projects, like ever since you assumed office to date?
Thank you, Chair. I came in 2019, 2020, and 2020, 2021. During Corona, in fact, that is where our department suffered the most, because all the allocated 150 million that was allocated to the department, 5 million per ward, was all transferred to help fight Corona. So 19, 20, and 2021, and then 2021, we had 60 million in the department. 2021, 2022, we had 56 million. So the funding in the department, we have had challenges of funding in our department. And that's why I was saying, in this third assembly, this is where we are getting enough resources. That is enough to
Thank
complete
you,
at least one
before
project per ward.
before that, Honorable Chair, you've said 15% of the total households in Nandi County can access tapped water. Can you rate yourself once more?
Thank you, Chair. My department has 4 directorates. I know we have excelled in lands, in other areas. In water, I still continue rating myself because I use the resources that have been availed to me. And I want to say that I've used it to do the work that I've done. And I still rate myself at that level, Chair, because of what I've been given. My work depends on the resources that have been allocated. And with the resources that have been allocated, I've done my best, Chair.
Chair, Waziri talked of sustainability. Could he tell us the status of the water project in Siret Mixed Secondary School in Kapsimato?
Chair, I need your indulgence. Let us be somehow systematic. There's a question that was posed on a project by Silas Kebolonik. It has not been answered. Let us not move to other projects before another project is dispensed of, Chair. There is a project that was projected.
That is Kibaraswa.
And again, Chair, when there is silence, you know, silence speaks volumes. We just move on. We just move on to the next question.
Because it seems you are the one who knows that project more.
It was allocated funds only once. I think it was around, I don't remember the figures, but it is not beyond 5 million.
They have value for money as it is now?
Because of the PQ, it was actually to do the embankment as you have seen, and the fencing and the desilting.
So is there a value for money?
As per that, yes. As per the PQ, yes.
What do you mean by value for money? What do we mean? What is your understanding?
Allow me, Chair, to talk about water projects. These are different designs.
When we talk, this issue of value for money cuts across. When we talk of value for money, what do we mean?
We mean the community has gotten what we really wanted them to get.
So when I take back you to that project, is there value for money?
I want to be sincere, no, but in this case, there's nothing.
Yes, Chair.
I think we've done with that.
Chair, let me.
Chair, maybe allow me to explain something. What do I do now for a case whereby we have a project which requires a lot of money, and yet we have the money which has been budgeted
when
does not complete the project?
When was that project?
Investors, Chair, allow me to call it value for money, where projects are used for phases, where we have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3.
Now,
if it had been done for 3 phases.
Order.
Yes, Chair.
Let me now ask you a question. When was that project begun?
I don't remember, but it was in the second assembly. It is not in this third assembly.
When? Which year?
I think 17, 18, if I'm not wrong.
Chair. Allow me to. Okay. The first allocation was 17, 18.
Yes. It was only allocated once.
Once?
Yes.
And since then, it has not been, the project was allocated and stopped.
We agreed with the...
You have been in office for the last how many years?
8 years.
8 years.
Yes.
And we have a project on that status.
I think I'm the officer who tried in this project.
Director, you cannot challenge that.
No, I'm not challenging.
That one speaks for itself. Honorable Keter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for making some clarification, because I was wondering, the witness here is telling us in terms of allocation, change of office, while we are very much aware that an honorable member can change or even as per the voting system. But that is the reason why we have directors. That is the reason why we have people in offices, so that they can guide on all these projects. Does it mean even if today I change or an honorable member change, the project ceases?
Honorable Chairman, I think it's important to make an observation at this juncture that the people we have seated here are all at very high level, pretty high level. So you have the director there. You answer to who, director?
The chief officer.
And chief officer?
My boss here, Waziri.
And Waziri?
I answer to the governor.
And do you sit in that apex body called the County Executive Committee?
Yes, Chair.
Is it true that you are the ones who plan overally for the county, even including how to use the resources in that body?
But on the resources, Chair, we are guided through public participation. It's the Wananchi who chooses projects.
I mean, are you not the ones who sit in a committee that controls all the resources of the county?
Yes, we sit, Chair.
And you participate there?
Yes, Chair.
Representing water?
That's true, Chair.
And so if you come here and speak to us now, the representative of the people, looking as if we are the ones who are supposed to give you resources and say we operate on what we are given. Probably would have said you operate on what you give yourself. Because you sit in the SEC. Honorable Chair, you can ask the witness to switch off his microphone. He has not been asked to speak. There is one who was opening his microphone here. So this is the observation I wanted to make, Chairman, so that we don't also deviate. You know, I have seen that the witnesses like to, maybe they want to be politicians. Actually, there will be questions we will be asking one of the members, because they have always explained, and it is important to ask, who owns these projects? Director, if you conceive of a project that you never complete in 5 years, 10 years not complete, and there are more that are coming, how do you feel about it? Who conceives these projects? Who even brings them into the budget? Why are you messing up the people of Nandi?
Chair, in line with what Honorable Shangwa said, and I keep on reminding people are responsible of their obligations. County Government Act, Section 162, obligation of a county public officer. Every public officer employed in or by the county government shall comply with the constitution and laws relating to conduct of public officer when carrying out a responsibility imposed or exercise a power conferred by this act. Looking at what was projected, vis-a-vis your submissions on that particular project. And now that you sit in the county executive committee, the policy making level, collectively as you are seated there, do you think you comply with these sections of County Government Act? Collectively, do you think? Seriously, we are saying this not because, Chair, we are not saying this because it was, because Ad-hoc committee were put up to look into matters of performance. Apart from this committee, do you think you have been able to discharge your mandate according to the Constitution? Surely. If Nandi County is watching, the residents of Nandi County is watching, on a number of issues that has been mentioned here today, are you able, you collectively, to look at the eyes of the residents of Nandi and comfortably say, we've been able to deliver on our mandate? Are you able to say that?
Chair, let me respond to that. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Bett. First, we have been taken through an oath. And it is good if we all have a discussion which is very truthful, very candid. And personally, as a chief officer of the department, I want to say that we've been able to execute our work as per the allocation which we were given, or which it was appropriated in this county assembly. Chair, let me still continue. Allow me, Chair, protect me, Chair, because I want to explain myself clearly on this.
Let us allow him to complete.
Kindly, please. Chair, allow me to complete my statement, because it is very important that we all agree, and I think I've been in this county for the last 7 years. All the procedure by identification of projects is done in a collaboration between the county assembly and the executive. All the projects, water projects that we are implementing now were identified. largely by the county assembly, the honorable members. So it is good if we tell each other the truth, Chair, so that the truth will finally set us free.
Chair, something is wrong here, Chair. He's saying
Honorable
all the
Pet.
projects were identified by this assembly. How?
Chair, allow us
But
to
that,
ask. Unfortunately, that is
Chair.
the truth, and you know it yourself, Honorable Pet.
Honorable Chair. Identified by this assembly? Can you tell us which section of the law entitles an elected member, a representative of a constituency called ward or a ward, gives the powers to an elected leader to identify the project? Kindly, please.
Chair,
let me say this.
Protect us, Chair, because for once, I think you should guide the witness, Chair, because here we are discussing the budget for 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024. Where does the honorable member for this house come in? We are talking of the budget. Protect us, Chair.
Let me say this, Chair. What I was responding to is whether we've been able to execute our mandate as required, and especially
Chair,
to the
allow
people
me
of
to
Nandi.
ask a question,
So
Chair.
what I was responding, Chair, is that
Order, honorable members.
what I was responding to.
Order, Chief Officer. I think I've warned you, but you are not adhering to what I've said.
Chair, allow me to withdraw on his behalf.
Please.
Statement.
What are you saying, Panasisi?
I'm saying, Chair, allow me to withdraw that statement on his behalf.
I think everybody
Why
has
should you-
distinct roles.
Maybe, Chair, as he continues to do that.
I had guided that in any conversation, there is nowhere an honorable member comes in. Constitutionally, and it is guided by the law. The responsibilities of the executive and the responsibilities of this honorable house are distinct. So when you want to bring honorable members into these issues, unless we have other intentions.
I think the right word, Chair, was consultation. That we do a lot of work through consultation. But the work is for us as executive.
Honorable Chair, maybe we can project.
Maybe I
El
will
Mokwa.
allow Honorable Mosbey. I've been holding him for a bit.
Thank you, Chair. You know, Chair, when we engage in a lot of talk, let's projects speak for themselves. That's why I wanted to know the status from Wasiri, the status of Siret Mixed Secondary. You know, when Wasiri was talking, he said the major challenge of the project in county is sustainability, and I wanted him to give us a clear picture of what the status of Siret Mixed Secondary School, where the county dug some borehole there.
Thank you, Chair. We did a borehole in C8, Mixed Secondary School. And the reason why we chose to do it in the school compound, other than, again, we were avoiding to do it in private farms, and therefore, we were doing it for the people of C8. And when we did that project, later on, after the project started operating, the water levels went down, and when it was reported to us, we engaged a geologist, the one who did the study, and he assured us that he advised us to wait for the long rains to end, and he will advise in November whether we will extend the borehole or redo it. So you are waiting for his word.
So my question was, Siri, was the project done on contract or it was done by the county?
Water drilling, Chair, we have three methods where we do water drilling. When we do it on contract 100%, where a contractor will drill using his own machine, then the cost would be 7 million plus. But in a situation where we use our own machine, then the project will come down. So it depends on the amount that has been allocated to the project. like for C-rate, the contractor was contracted to do the equipment, equipping and distribution. But we are using county equipments to drill. And that one is explicitly explained in the PQ, Chair.
So what's the cost of the project in total?
The ones that we do using our own machines do not exceed 5 million, should be between 4 and 5 million.
So
but the ones
for
that
what is the cost of the project?
I think the C-rate was, I think it was 5 million.
So Chair, why I was challenging Wasiri is saying project issue of sustainability. But here is a project where the county government has used their own machinery. They have constructed the project. They have contracted the projects. I think it's beyond 5 million, and there is no water. So was a geological survey done?
Chair, I went there personally when it was done, when it had been completed, and there was water.
But is there value for
But
money?
the
Because
levels,
the school is not using the water.
But the levels, Chair, later on.
Chair.
I mean, we have had experiences, Chair. The drilling exercise is a bit complicated.
Chair.
Even
Yes,
honorable
point of order, Chair. I think it could be prudent if we can have the project being projected so that we can read from the same page. And then from there, we will, because we have some reservation on over the same. Can we first of all see
the ICT, please? Can you project that project? That is this is the project. This is in which sub-county and in which ward? Kapsimato.
So Chair, as you can see, the project is complete, but the school is not getting the water. So you are wondering, what we got from the ground, Chair, is that they did some geological survey where they found the water. When they came now with the county machinery, I understand the operator of the machinery said he wanted a staple place where he can land the machine. So they decided to move away from where the geological survey had identified the water, just for the sake of machine stability. And they did all this work using county machinery. They also went ahead and contracted the work. But at the end of the day, 5 million is just gone, over 5 million is just gone like that. No value for money, no water in the school. So when Wasiri says it's a matter of sustainability, when they are getting...
That's not true, Chair. I think...
confirm if there is water in the school.
Yes, one, we cannot move even an inch from where the geologist has identified. And this is not the first borehole that was done and the water disappeared. We did in Kaiboi.
Waziri, for
yes,
clarity,
Chair.
Chair.
For clarity, so that we don't mix up. You've said you cannot move even an inch. Is that true?
From where the geologist has identified.
Now, were you there when the geologist identified?
I was there when
I'm
the drilling
asking
started.
you a question. Were you there when the geologist was identifying the site?
I was not there, Chair, when he was
Now,
identifying.
secondly, were you there when the drilling went to the site? Were you there?
I was there, Chair.
So, if I say you might have been misled, can I be correct?
Can I assist him? Chair.
No, even before you assist, Chair, I think CC should withdraw that statement, because from the look of things, he doesn't know. There was a mark in that place. We found the watchman who actually was taking care of the said machine, who actually, he was the one who was tasked to keep those I don't know, operators that it was supposed to be used there. When the study was done, he's the one actually who marked. He's the one who provided Jembe to mark the area that it was purported to be having water. Then when that machine went there, they say since of the land it is not stable, they decide to tilt downwards a little bit. And there you come, CC, and tell us it cannot be happen. Could you please assure that you know very well than that, or you withdraw that statement?
Chair, we have drilled quite a number of boreholes in Nandi. And most of the boreholes during the actual drilling day, I normally go there personally, sometimes with my CEO, with the director, as we commission the drilling exercise. And normally, as I said, wherever the geology has marked, that is where we do the drilling. Sometimes they mark 3 locations, sometimes they mark 2, but the one that they are set alone, I normally go there when we are drilling. And I wanted to say that where it was drilled is when I saw the mark there.
So, Wasiri, in simple terms, from the rating of 9/9, if in such a school we waste resources, but there is no single drop of water, and over 5 million has just gone like that, what would you say?
Chair, we call this the act of God. So, I mean, the human being who detects where the source water will come.
Point of order,
sometimes
chair,
we
chair,
are not accurate.
Chair,
like I boy,
chair,
we did chair. Protect me, chair. Kindly, chair, because this is being recorded. I want to clarify.
Order. You know, Waziri, I have known you now. You don't like answering questions. Waziri, you don't like answering questions.
Allow me to welcome the director to respond to it, sir.
The response, Chair. There is one thing that I want to confirm from my good friend, who happens to be a good friend of mine, both in church and outside church. And this is a sincere, not personal question. Is it acts of God because you spend most of your time preaching across the county, other than working and ensuring that there is value for money?
Preaching is on Sunday, Chair. I think everybody has a private time. My private day is Sunday. Preaching in church is Sunday. We don't work on Sunday, Chair. I don't think my preaching, Chair, with a lot of sincerity, has caused any negativity.
Let me protect Waziri. Yeah. Let me protect Waziri.
Some people go to drink over weekend and they are
order.
Honorable Chair.
Maybe we are out of contest.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Chair, thank you for bringing us back to orderly manner. We are still asking about that project, Waziri. Now that I can see, from the point of view, we had 2 contractors, maybe, or 1. In this case, whereby we are using county machines, how do you pay the contractor? Is it that you are paying contractor so that it can remit back some amount, or how is it going to happen? Because in this case, I can see the county machine was being used. Here we have a contractor. How do you do? And another thing, Chair, is that when Waziri is saying drilling water here in Nandi goes at around 7 million, while I know some works that they have done even in less than 4. One example is maybe we should even say Kosirai, where Captain Lil was done one.
Chair, I think Kosirai was under 100 meters. We are talking of a drilling that goes to 250, 260, 206. Anything that goes beyond 100 meters. It's calculated on meters that has gone down, Chair.
Honorable Chair.
Yeah, I
have a question.
Yes, Honorable Bit.
I think you have ruled the matter because we want to proceed to the next question, Honorable Chair. Yes, proceed. Okay, thank you. Allow me to prosecute my question, Honorable Chair, to Waziri about the status of Kapsisiwa Water Project. Kindly tell us more, shed light to this Honorable Committee about the status of Kapsisiwa Water Project.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have any project we are implementing as a department called Kapsisiwa Water Project, Chair.
Honorable Chair, we have a water pump which has been, the water pump got some breakages. And the community water project committee requested for a water pump. I think you have already delivered, but you not yet installed. Why are you lying to this or that you don't have a project like called Kapsisiwa?
I'm saying, Chair, we were not working on Kapsi water project, but we assisted in that pump. That's what the chief of staff told me.
You assisted in delivering the pump?
Chair, let
Kindly.
me respond to that. It was brought to the attention of the department that a pump which it used to be used at Kapsisiwa water project had broken down, and we came in as a department to purchase a pump, a new pump for them. Actually, it was about 3 projects which we bought the pumps, and it was taken to Kapsisiwa for installation, and that is yet to happen. But the pump is already with the committee of Kapsisiwa water project. But the reason why Wasiri was saying we do not have that project is because it had been captured that we had paid 2.9 million to Kapsisiwa water project, which then we disputed as a department, and we wrote to this honorable house, giving out our position, our actual position as a department, that we had never done such a project.
Okay.
But the issue of pump, yes,
Chair.
we agree.
Chair, there is a water pump which already it has not been installed in the site. The conductor supplied and ran away. Up to now, it has not been installed. True or false, CEO?
Chair, like I have said, is that we used to impress resources because we did not have any budget for that. We had no budget for that. That issue that arose.
And how much did you
was
procure?
just an.
How much did the department procure for the three pumps? But specifically for Kapsisiwa water project, how much did you procure?
Maybe director can answer that.
Director.
But it is something below 100,000.
And before that, Honorable Chair, we found this department have been disowning their own report. And we have seen they had captured the Kapsisiwa renovation of Kapsisiwa water project in their report. And they hide it in another department. And I want the ICT to project. They just went an extra mile to hide it in different department. That is it. That is renovation of Kapsisiwa, renovation and water supply at Kapsisiwa. That is Kaptel Kamoywa 2.95, 100% complete and operational. How is it that every time and time you are disowning your own report, to make the matters worse, you are hiding the same project in another department? Whom to blame now? And for that, Honorable Chair, when we mention Kapsisiwa, they end up writing a letter, fastly, swiftly. They write a letter that we don't have such a water project in my ward. And we have had cases of such errors in other wards. They didn't write the letter. Why? Why Kaptel Kamoywa? Why Kaptel Kamoywa you wrote a letter to the office of the clerk? But to other wards, 29 wards, we have not seen any letter from your department. It seems there is something fishy going on in this. And maybe the water pump supply has costed 2.95, and they summarize as renovation. Truth be told, Honorable Chair, let them shed the light to this Ad-hoc committee on behalf of this committee and the entire county, Nandi County resident.
Thank you, Chair. Let me respond to that.
Maybe before you respond, Honorable Chair, could they tell us who was allocated the interest and how much?
Thank you, Chair. Let me respond to that. One,
we have had a discussion on a number of projects, which we have said that probably they were listed erroneously as complete and operational, but those projects are in existence. But in the case of Kapsisiwa Water Project, when we saw during the discussion or during the debate, we had a meeting as a department, and we discussed, and we went through all our records, even up to including the records that we supplied to this house. But we could not trace anywhere a project referred as Kapsisiwa Water Project. And that is what it prompted us to write to the office of the clerk, asking them to provide us with a source of that water project, which was reflected as paid 2.9. I don't know whether that was wrong to inquire, because what we were making was just inquiries. And we have not received any response from the office of the clerk informing us whether we really provided or rather supplied the records from the Department of Water with the water project in reference. To the best of my understanding is that that project does not exist. We did not provide it in our records. I'm hearing for the first time honorable members saying it is hidden somewhere in another department. I don't know how that happened. And if indeed it happened, I would wish that you invite that department to come and respond as to where, how they supplied an information which is not true and which the Department of Water cannot ascertain. And I think the best chance I can say to that is that we disown it as the Department of Lands.
Kindly, ICT officer, you can continue projecting, because we have seen where the things are being hidden. Eh? This is the Department of Health. We have complete. This is Kapchorwa. This is dispensaries in Masan, Koserai, of course, and down there, the last column, they have hidden a water project. Of course, this is cost. This is cost, and they know where the money went.
Thank you very much.
And if maybe their gadgets, printing gadgets, they can bring on their own, because this is the report which came to this county assembly from their department. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let's move on.
Honorable members, we need to proceed to the next item. But on that one, for certainty, we need to confirm with our budgets. That one.
Honorable Chairman,
Honorable Chair.
There's a question I asked.
Okay, let me give to the Honorable Vice.
I already asked a question which has not been answered.
Okay, you continue after me. So I'm directing my question through the chair. Director and the CEO. My question is that at what point do you settle on underground water other than the service water? Or you just do the underground water because the Raya there have said that we want to drill water, the water which is unknown. So I'm asking, at what point do you settle on that? Another question is that when the Raya down there say that we need water, they will give you a location where they need that water. They will say that maybe to get this water is a certain amount. Who is actually to educate the people down there that the money allocated here and the drilling of water or gravity water or maybe solar water or electricity water or even the one the director took the generators? Who is to educate the public so that we don't continue having no value of money? When we visited Siret, where there is a borehole, almost over 5 million, has been used. We saw a pipe of water from another source just passing next to the gate of the school. And it is where now they are getting the water. Other than this one, which there is no water, and 5 million has been put there. So actually, who is messing up? Execute. You don't mind whether there is loss of funds or not. Your work is just to execute. And
that is why Mheshimiwa have said, now we are working on the policy. Because there's nothing much we can do outside the policy and regulations. If we have regulation, even at the point of budgeting, we can refer to such a document that even before we budget for or we plan to do this project, what is the guiding policy on the same? And we'll still also extend the same to all the other water service providers like Victoria North, like Kenya Water Institute, because they are doing wells, and many others that surrounds us. Because not unless if we have a document that we can refer on the issue of policy, these things will be happening even beyond us, even beyond this data assembly. So on the aspect of who should talk to the communities, it is us. We squarely own it that we are the one who should advise. But these advices should come from a policy, so that when we go to the ground, we will advise them accordingly, and the reason as to why they should use the leather than the present. So that is what I'm saying, that we are developing now a policy.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
Honorable Chairman.
Yes.
Just in case maybe the CEO does not know, that's part of the reason why I had asked about their qualification earlier on. At least you can begin to see. Now, principles of public finance. This is the chief source of policy, the Constitution. And if you are to look at Article 201D, it says, public money shall be used in a prudent and responsible way. If you are still looking for another policy, I want to tell you that the policy is here already. Public money shall be used in a responsible and in a prudent manner, not to be thrown around. But having said that, Chairman, there was this question about the interest. I wanted the officers to take us through it. How it happened and where did they draw which account did they charge to buy those pumps?
Yeah, let me respond to that. Just like I said earlier on, this is very hot. We have a budget line for maintenance, and we gave out a contract to a supplier to supply us pipes and the 3 pumps. It was not the impress, but since where we are seated, sometimes confusion arises. But that is the position.
Point of order, Chair.
I have been able to recap it.
Yes, what is the point of order, Honorable Tarby?
Initially, the CEO gave us informations from what entailed the project in Enego, a complete explanation. At some point, the CEO had to blame the chairs. Now he's blaming also the chairs for this information, Chair. At some point, maybe when we'll be winding up the information, he'll say they have been confused all along because they are in new chairs here. So the chair should, the witness should stop blaming the chair, because this is a house of record. So if you discount, if you say something, you say you paid something using impress. Now you want to deny and say you just said because you are confused, because you are in the wrong chair. Chair, will we move like that one? Whatever they say in this floor of the house is recorded, and it has gone to the record that they had used impress. So at this point, the witness should not withdraw. Even what the CEO had said earlier, we confirm to be the truth. So you cannot go ahead blaming the chair all along, Chair. Because this is the second time, and if we allow this chair, it can...
Maybe I will guide this chief, use the position, don't use the chair. For a layman who is following the proceedings might be confused. Yeah, I think the best term is that the position that you are holding.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Well guided. I stand to follow that. The reason as to why the issue of impress came to my mind is because during the discussion with Mheshimiwa, when he came to my
Honorable
office.
Chair, so that we make progress, he's saying they didn't use impressed. Can he tell us what they used?
Yes, thank you. That is where I'm going now. That's why I'm saying the reason why the issue of impress came to my office is when the Mheshimiwa Pet came to our offices and told us about a serious challenge which the people of Kapsisio were going through. And in fact, even the chair of that water project called me severally. And when he came to our offices, we discussed, and I told him maybe we can see if we can get an impress for us to sort that problem. But later on, we realized that there were other projects, other water projects that had a similar problem. And since we had that budget of maintenance, we decided to give out a contract for a supplier to supply those pipes and the pipes. And I can
Maybe the
state further.
maybe the CEO chairman can direct us to the place in the budget where they had this maintenance for what and which year, so that we know the exact line. Which line?
It was in the year 2022, 2023. No, 2023, 2024.
Which line? Draw the attention of this committee to the line, to the budget line you drew the money against.
It is there.
So for record, Chair, the CEO is confirming now that the contract was given.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was given.
Okay, thank you. Let us proceed. Honorable Trufosa.
But they have not confirmed, Chairman, whether it was in the budget.
Okay, Honorable Maina.
It is in the budget.
The CEO has confirmed the issue of Mheshimiwa.
Yes, Kapsisio.
Yeah, so.
And it is in the
So
record.
let us give.
Let us move on.
No, Mheshimiwa, let's move on, Chair.
Thank you.
Kindly,
Hello?
Chair.
Yes.
Kindly, Chair, let me say this. For avoidance of doubt, and so that confusion does not occur in any manner, we did not advertise Kapsisio water project, or rather, we did not tender Kapsisio water project. What we did is we gave out an award to a supplier to supply us with pumps, 3 to be specific, and pipes. And there was a water tank, I think a water tank, and a water tank. Those are the things that we procured. And in one of the pumps was to be taken to Kapsisio. The supplier just supplied it to the county store, not to the field. It is us who took those things to Kapsisio.
Chairman, and that's why I think it's critical. You should give us the authority on which you drew the funds. Where were the funds? Which funds?
If you can refer, I don't know. I don't have the document here, but if you can, I have it here. Let me just give me a minute. I check.
To be specific, so the 2.95 million that were indicated for Kapsisio, will I be wrong to say it might have been the 3 pumps that you are talking? Is that the cost of the 3 pumps?
No.
What was the cost of the 3 pumps?
And Chair, where did the other 2 pumps, the locations, where were they supplied to? The other 2 pumps? And what was the cost of that contract?
Chair, I think you'll give us time to confirm the total amount of that so that we don't contradict ourselves again.
No. Chair, you know, these people, they have lied to this honorable house.
I think let us proceed, honorable members. Let me ask Waziri, do you know of Kapsean Water Project?
Which one, sir?
Kapsean Water Project.
Yes, I know, Chair.
What is it all about, that water project?
Kapsean Water Project was is a project that started it was done in the first assembly. That is when the first budget was done. And the project was done, and a pump was purchased now in the second term, but we didn't have a three-phase transformer to enable power to be connected to the pump. And we requested the Kenya Power when they will be giving the transformer to those residents to include a three-phase, because we could not pay for it, we could not buy it. When the three-phase transformer was fixed, it blew, it was blown. And so the pump stayed in the pump house, the tanks were already done, the pipes had already been laid, but because there was no power connection, because there was no source of power, so it delayed. And the pump is in the pump house. There is no power connection, Chair.
New project, that project, Kapsean Water Project.
And the pump, Chair, was kept in the neighborhood. There is one resident, for security reasons, he stored the pump, but the pump house has been secured.
As they prepare to project,
Chair, I have really waited for my question for long.
Trufosa.
As we wait, okay, let ICT first finish.
Yeah, there was a time when the same pump, after we put it there, I remember there was a time we visited and it was stored in a neighborhood house. And, but that is the pump that I was talking about.
Can we listen to the audio, please?
That is a very old project, Chair, I think 2014, 15.
Let us have the audio. Okay, Waziri, I'm told you come around that area.
In fact, Chair, I have an interest with this project because once it is complete, I'll be one of the beneficiaries.
Now, Waziri, for
Chair, the challenge is the power, the three-phase transformer, which Kenya Power has not fixed.
But Waziri, for how long have you been the CC in this department?
When I came in 2019, this project was in that state, but without the transformer.
Now, Waziri, you are a preacher. I had some times back. And you know Jesus began work in Jerusalem and went to Judea and finally to Bethlehem.
In fact, I have struggled, Chair, to have.
Now, this one now that it is, I was told, in fact, we were shown your home.
And I hope they told you how I've struggled to get Kenya Power connect a
For how
three-phase
many years,
transformer.
Waziri?
The Kenya Power.
Because this project,
even last year, Chair, we were
this
there.
project we were told, and you will listen from the audio, it was started way back in 2014.
Yeah, that's why I said it's an old project, Chair.
So it is now 10 years down the line.
The Kenya Power. In fact, now we want to change it in this new year. We want to go solarization. We want to do solar. Even it's in our budget this year. We want to finish it by putting solar. Because there is no likelihood. Those people have no power, that particular locality. The Kenya Power have not replaced the transformers in CPU.
Was it that was not the situation? That was not the situation.
It's the power.
In fact, they were proposing that let the transformer be relocated because it is not helping them. I was on the ground, Waziri.
But it is
you are reading from a different script.
According
concerning that one.
According to my understanding,
because the
Chair,
transformer was around 100 meters away.
It's not a three-phase.
Chair,
That one.
let me also support the chair. I was among the members who visited the place. This is the place home of the CC. And this
And the PS too, Chair.
Yeah?
Even the PS is nearer than me there, Chair.
Let me finish. And also, our clerk is also around there. And the work should start from Jerusalem, the way we are doing this God's work that you are saying you are only doing only Sundays. We are supposed to be praying even at different time, not only Sunday. So we visited the place. Even the public, what they are mentioning, they no longer wanted transformer to be around there. And this is something very simple that you should have done. In all these things that we've come through, I have been listening very carefully. Even without conflict of interest, the CEO comes from our home there. We come from the same place. And whatever you have done, there are those seniors, those who assist the people. You are the great people that they are respected. Now the CC is the child of the former chief, the CEO, Mwalimu, and all those. How do you think those people, the way they are listening and seeing all these videos going on, that you have not done some good work, how does your concern tell you about all these issues?
My concern, Chair, is very clear because until the three-phase transformer is fixed, the one that you saw that is around 100 meters is a two-phase. So, but we are waiting for the three-phase to operate this pump.
Yeah, with your network, working for all that 10 years, is it a problem to get that transformer, to get the power, with that influence that you have been having all through since you
Thank you, Chair. They know the struggles that I have done with them, trying to get that three-phase transformer. Now, when we realized it didn't work, I have tried, and
Chair,
now we are putting solar in
Chair,
this budget.
The results of the struggle are end results. Like now, that project, the end result is people to drink water. But the struggles always without the results, without the harvest, you know in the Bible.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm sure once we put that solar, we will have sorted that issue.
Okay, Waziri, is that the only problem in that water project?
As at now, because again...
No, I've just asked a question. Is that the only problem in that water project?
The tanks also, we are not sure of the tanks because we have not put... I remember the first administration wanted to test those tanks and they took water using water buzzer, and it was, the reference was different. And therefore, we were waiting to connect this water, and then when the water starts to pump, we'll be able to know whether the pipes were actually laid fully, because these are not the project, so we don't know whether the condition of the pipes, and also the condition of those tanks that you saw, about 3-4 tanks there.
What about the water coming into the intake tank?
Yeah, again, Chair, The reason why when we went there with Nandi T, when they wanted to do the CSR, again, over time, the levels of water has gone down since the first time.
Okay, let us listen to the audio.
Sitan nebo beek chekokibirto nyokolany koba mabendi. Keker oit yu. Aya. Tangit age komi meto.
Nekimakat kebirchi olin ak olin.
Kikibirchinin atyo kekilekite age subui to makitei noto. Komi nemi meto uni ako miten nemite Kamage. Tangishek somok chekakitech.
Tangishechu kikiteche eng kasartab ng'o yundok?
Kasartab Chemater. Arap Saoik ng'alechu kora. Chutugul chu. Ngele nekit boisiet nekiyaak eng yu ko wakati nekimite in Arap Saoik ak Chemater ko boisioni nekiyaak. Angot in atkinye na ole tuga tai ko kinyonyo kole ng'ete nini lakini mami kasitab tuga tai. Mami kasit.
Ara katosome ne nguno keliocho.
Eng niaba nebo nguni bororiet nemeng'ishe eng yu inginye
meche beek bichu.
Kose takita.
Meche beek. Lakini kityo kakoek kityo ngon kita ne kila kenyit amu makenyit akot. Baada nebo 4 months kubwane county ak lembechek kwak kobwa kora nguno. Kinye kimita akot Arameli. Alis ni Arameli
Arameli ngiro.
Neki manager Nandi T. Ko kikimye alak. Wait nyo koleche alak engineer kole kinyoe beek chu. Ko ngobwane kwamut kokeny kokomi aengu. Wai kesi atang murkorin anan ne. Lakini are wa kimokorek chu chi meche nyokoib. Nini koroito ni. Ko kimeche wa kimeche pampini. Amu kibwa ko kiamite ya kiasemberi nyo kobwa ko sese ne kopa yun. Ai ba nam yun. Ale halia bijunga class special bijunga bik ng'ete nini. Kebwa nyo koba korom pampini. Kole a engineer ku amite county. Koitu chun mut alechi.
Iborun katit?
Maiborgei. Amacham komwa kainaik angotis. Mutai ngebale Arameli ngokoya ku biik alak muturechu kabwa kole ng'o choto. Kole Arameli ngebirin office olin ile mami chi nekokanye nini. Kelechi jana kasoe ku macho amu wendi koroini. Ko project ni ko kwale na aram ko tamon mun andangete nini. Tabwane jana ko resuli na ko yema to ngetin. Kaiga utebi. Ndabwane kijana kole ina kuma kaiga utebi mu mami kasi ne gayu. Yu kityo ngena kele kabwa chepkondok eng olin. Keker aku oitu. Ngete nini chepkondok kityo. Keker aku oitu. Lakini puch ko tomo kele kakongen nini chepkondok. Labda mu ngalechu ko kakis eng county chu nguno. Amara kilecho ak to yo olin atesto kerot osarunote so oberberate wananchi labda ngalekcho.
Ikere nguni boyot kilen ngo kainete.
That the engineers that we send to redesign the solarization, because it is now evident that Kenya Power are not ready to bring a 3-phase transformer anytime soon, Chair.
So, Chair,
pump needs.
Does the CC still maintain 9/9, 9/10, with all these frustrations from Mwananchi?
Chair, thank you, because the consequences and the causes of that frustration, I'm not a contributor of the same, because I tried my best to go to Kenya Power, followed Kenya Power to the regional office, and they have never put that 3-phase transformer. But I want to assure you, Chair.
Chair, shortly, hold on, please, through the chair, with all due respect. Earlier, Honorable Member from the source asked you, whom do you report to? And for this case, you report to the governor. And on this matter of 3-phase transformer, have you at any time escalate to your boss I can bear witness. There's the same problem in Kapkoros dispensary. I reached out to the governor and the matter was sorted. I don't report to the governor. Now that you report to the governor, have you ever escalated this case?
Thank you, sir.
To the authority.
Thank you, sir. We had a similar problem again over 3 phase in Taboyat, and there were 2 places. And with the assistance of the office that you have referred to, this one included, the other succeeded, but this one we have not succeeded to date. So the Kenya have not.
Chair, I've just asked you a very simple question, Waziri. On this matter, before you made a second thought of having solarization, have you ever escalated this issue of getting 3-phase transformer to Kapse and to your boss? Have you escalated to your boss?
Chair, let me say that the reason why we decided to choose solar is after all efforts had failed. And again,
Chair,
we are also going to solar.
The witness is not
Honorable
answering me.
Waziri, please. You know this.
Why are you taking me in cycles, Waziri?
You have been asked us a very simple question. That you said that you had other 2 projects.
I think I answered,
and you
Chair.
went through the Office of His Excellency.
And we succeeded in the other 4, but this one
now,
has not.
Now, the question is, have you also brought to the attention of His Excellency the Governor about this project?
Even if, Chair, you heard what that old man said, because he also visited and he also felt frustrated.
Chair is not able to respond. Just leave it.
Okay.
Chair,
there was a question by Honorable Fossa.
Chair, allow me to add something on this project.
Please, my time is now mine. Let me ask a question, because you know most of us have been waiting for the chance to be given, and you are patient. When somebody else is talking, you keep quiet else. So my question is about Floka. And I want to ask it directed to Meli. How far is the projects of Floka? Do you have projects which are completed pertaining Floka? If it is, have they been paid? Floka projects of 2023, 2024. Next. Let me ask you all, and then you keep on asking.
Okay. Through Chair.
There is, in our report, page 47, there is a project called the Construction of Climate Change Office in Mguen Kapsabet. This one was for 2022-2023. Construction of a sump pump, house pump installation and rising main. It has been indicated, paid, but no allocation, no sum. So why is the budget not indicated and it has been already paid? What amount has been paid? It is not indicated. Okay, you can answer.
Through Chair, thank you, Honorable Member. Floka projects, we started last year, 2023, 2024. What I know, the Masingira house was constructed using counter funds. It was money from the county government, because Floka does not support construction of offices, but it can be done using counter funds. Otherwise, all the projects that we have for Floka, none has been paid for it is called CCRI projects. And I have a list of all of them. They are divided into 3. We have water projects, we have environmental projects, and then we have agriculture projects. And we have only a single project on disaster, which was a construction of a footpath. So all the projects of Floka were announced, they were advertised, and most of them have begun. About 5 are almost complete, and none has been paid as we talk right now.
Why has it not been paid and yet there is money for Floka?
None has been paid because none has been completed and inspected. So they are almost complete. They are almost complete. In fact, we went around, we had Floka auditors from the headquarters all of this week. Since Monday, we were moving around. And I can say a few that are almost complete. There are, I can mention, if need be, but most of them are in the progress. A few, very few, about 2 are yet to start.
Answered, yeah.
Chair, may I
Still on.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Honorable Sum.
Okay, Chair. Let me ask a question there, because I've had Waziri is now prioritizing the solar systems as a source of power to pump water because of the challenges with electricity. Now, as we were going around, in Kilipwani, we found a water project in Kaplamai, which has a lot of installed solar system going to waste because it is not pumping any water. That project has really gone to waste because it has 34 panels of solars, which is not doing any work. I don't know. Let me inquire from the department. What do you know about that project? And why allow such a project to fail? Yet resources have been pumped into that project. Kaplamai Water Project in Kilipwani Ward. And if you can allow, Chair, we have a documentary from the ICT. They can post that so that we can see.
Thank you, Chair. Let me respond to Kaplamai Water Project, because I know it is one of the projects that has given us a lot of headache in the department. This project was well implemented and up to installation of solars, the way the honorable member has mentioned. Unfortunately, there was an issue with the source. It worked for some time, but also the challenge where the source, the water in the source subsided. And what we were told is that it moved to some meters away from where the weir had been constructed. So when we went there with a team of engineers, we assessed. We moved about 100 meters from where the weir is. And that is where we were told now we should construct another weir, because somehow it looks like the water moved downstream. So we constituted a team of 7 people to work again on the PQ, so that we could demolish the weir at the upstream and redo it downstream. So when we did that, we have the documentation to that effect, but the resources has not been availed. And fortunately, we have factored in this budget, this 2024-2025 budget, for us to reconstruct the weir. Otherwise, the project was viable and it worked. But like what Waziri said is that those are happenings that are beyond us. And I wish you can also go visit that place. And even we were there with the elders, the bosses who are using the water project. And they told us, they even showed us, if you went there, you saw the weir, water have gone down. And the pipes, which was supposed to be taking water to the tank upstream, the water are below that particular exit.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Sum.
We were there, and the weir is holding water in a very convenient way. Why can't the department do something so that the community can utilize as is now before the expansion of the whole project? Otherwise, you can allow, we invite the ICT team so that they can project that
Please,
project.
can you project that water project?
Honorable Chair, I think there are certain statements that we need to pick out, and I would like particularly the two senior most officers, instead of blaming the acts of God, I just wish it should be clear to you that this is science. We employ science in these things. And so for you to come and blame God and what have you does not really arise. And for even to say we were told the water moved, we were told to go and construct a weir somewhere else. Who was telling you? You are the professionals.
That's why, Chair, that is why I've said we went with engineers. In fact, we constituted a team of.
Can we have the site of that water project
7 engineers.
so that all the honorable members can read from the same script? Can we have that water project?
Water project ini kita 2007 dari Pakistan ko community project ko 2009 ko ginoru ke kodo ko last tabe silingal fu mi amoja na 50 nyege gare waya ini ko ginge ko ne ta silingal fu bokol ko ginga ga ay ko nyege gare ko je boyeng kitab ke gone silingal fu ko nam ko ta ko sista ki ko laga sa ko ta gini jota ko ginga ga ko bata jota kan yung kita ko som so kora je ki gala ki mujko tare ke jamu mujhe project ko kasta ko ita se project ne be ne so la ini ko nyai te ke gone ja se kondo ke magana gele silingal magana gele gone silingal magana gele gi ngone gi ko ti contract ke gi ko boishoni amage usishan committee ingoit kora ke kondo jota isenye ke sta committee je gi mi te ground aga ko bi gala ke magi ngi di modi ke gi ta ko testa ko boishoni tukul ko gi je boishoni yine gi se ko bute boishoni ko ni ko yi pamba usini ko gi tet ko lo yi ko ngete sami Gelen gi na machine ko birbe ko mo gule be ko komanda ko birbe man ka we nye ke te jaga na mi no matindo mbang mo nye plan ma na ngi une na ga bi ga wata ngi plan ma ne ko pampo ko gi ke te ne de ko tori tunda bi so ko ke te samiti ko gi te ne mining inge gi ga gisir min nye le ngi bulbe ko be ka we ke complain ke complain en gele ngoma garara ni ngale gap sami ko serwe par we ta sen engineer ke boy ko le menya ke wal ke te sami ta ne garara lakini manya ke wal ako yoto ko kingo ga ko ta yoto ko giginde ba bi ni ke gingete yu ako tangi ko bi ki contract ta sigi boisie abo tele bi ki ko mo na mu mele na beri ki tinda no le ke bangale ga ki lampi kimi ba bi ni biro ki gila se mo ko jukta ke ba bi ni na ke ko inyu ko jita ni ga ki ko ji contract ni ko su ka wala ki mo unde sub pound water officer ko ji ne gile Blue Space Age Investments Limited pa Nairobi ko kingo ga ko nyo ko ga sini ke ga puting ko ya ga sir barwani yo ki biju na jungele jongo magarara ni kasi ko sir barwani sala ni manyo ko gi ko ka mo ya le imba bi ni ja gi ba ako yu ko gi to ko mai be ge be ge lal machine no ko tum ta ga be ko ke yo gi tangi ko gi na ko tem ko ra ga bi sha ko ma ke to asti gi no te be wi ta ga ko me te yo Lakini nguno ndakilali mashini nini kero le tumtoitoi beek ing konait tuten. Maito akot maito kobo boyondoni. Mi mashini bas ko kito neas nekimeche kenai kele tos ing chepkondok chu kikakinde yu ko siling ata. Ako tos kichamtaat konai komiti kole siling ata ak boisiet nekakeyai ko kakiyai siling ata akoi yoto. Ko ing siret ko kikiser kora kounoto kemeche keyai mi barwet nekikisirchi bichuto kelechi obarwech ole kikindeiwech siling ata project ni. Obarwech ole ng'o nekikikochi konda. Ako ng'o nemonitoni. Tos acheket anan bichu. Ko kingemwochi kounoto komi kiy nekiunyi bichu amu kole ni komele napere project nebo serikali. Kole ni ko pilot. Kale pilot project. Ko ngot ko pilot project kiyoito ano pilot project nemomi serikali orit. Ko ng'alekyok as nguno chekimeche kenai kele ne nekikwamishan boisioni bo ineni. Ako kikebes ine kot kenai kele chito nekakikochi kasit ko ki chito neo akine. Chito neo nebo county. Mi admin orit, mitei chemokisi choto tugul, mi kikpak orit. Amu ngot ko chepkonda nekikaikai akere ale kimokoyachen bichu chemi. Ko kakimeche kesom anyun kele ngot ko ng'olyo nebo man nekobwa sikosich otoretech. Amu ku sehemu nebo kaplama newe polytechnic. Ko ndakibale beek chobo keringet, kit nekikakonech kechop ainoni ko ng'alekab polytechnic. Ko kiachaman nebo polytechnic wakati huo 2007. Ketau kas amu kikibal keringoni kaeng koile. Ko anya keker bechu akesom kele sikebirte koba yundo. Ko ing paipinik ko kikende akoi yundo lakini tomo project agenge nebo skul Kabirer koit paipinik yundo ak sipitali. Ko kikale bichu nyokondoi lakini tomo nyokonde. Komakitwos. Kakitech tangit ing yun, ketech akemeto tuguk tugul chekimi orit. Chekikakisakane tanginoto. Makiun amakibirchi beek koba orit. Ako mwoe bichu kole kikobor ainoni. Kibwa biikab monitoring nebo valuation kikimwochi ng'alechoto. Kikobwa kikonyo Mr. Lele mwenyewe. Kikonyo waziri karibu mara 4.
Taman chebo nani taman chebo
Bureti. Akonyone kokerekong. Kaingen kole mi ng'alek orit. Kinyo komelmelgei ati kolecho mongen. Komakingen iman amu ngot ko kakiib bichu koibe tuguk barak ko kakinai ene. Ko keleni ara makatoreti Mungu ngot kokwe kobwone asosarwech anyun amu Mungu inegei neketiegei mamite. Amu ngot ko kakebe kweit minister akenyo kakityongon ofisisiek chun echen chetom koitudi. Lakini ing saet komakokotinyo ngot ko kabwa iman kemeche kesom kele kongoi. Ko mara secretary
Let me add something, Amache on top of what the chairman has said, kokakimwa kele first tender netai komakikon PQ. Yaani tender nebo oeng nakibo 700 kokikon PQ. Yaani this PQ ngikere ko kikigenerate ne uya mata original one. Amu matinye specifications chebo pipes ak ne. Amu suppose kotinye. Ngikere nguno kikimeto ko blank akot makinde amount. Ko ngikere inai ile kikigenerate ni chito neng'om. So karanai kong. That's not a true PQ nemakat komi. Amu suppose kotinye specifications of pipes kole nin PC anan atana ne. So koboru noto kora kole mi ng'alek yoto. So ko kameche ale nin
Ibor ole kingete. Ibor ole kipole nekikakile kikure
Summit.
Kuyu. Kami kani akole. Kale tingo kote kole kupeni hiyo kwa yoto. Akori, akapal kutisiek taman. Akwangony makotobo. Nguno, komnyakile kemwa ketugul bote aiko yu. Kele. Ngoto jamani. Malo ustege ang yokitinye komiti alak magime komiti judo. Koko ikitei kupitia sana. Kaleja kale no boro cement ke amna tu. Kedi ya ya. Ni ke ko poput. Wo ni ko poput babi ke ko. Yo ko nambundi yo mite koroni. Manyo. Ko me bi abu ji te ni bore. Ma bi te. Leji ni tige yo ji ni. Manyo kana bin ji ni te. Ko mi te ji ti ta ko ko mi. Ni te. Mi ji ne ri be anan me bu. Me bu. Mami ji ne ri be.
Ribe sine ba yo.
Meeting alek kwa mwaura. Ko get tiam mwa in kimyo. Ko get tiam ma busu. Ma kwa busu. Bi ko yin je manager ya kimi. Leji mi wa ni je kwa tu ma uno bana. Ki ma uno to. Ko get tiam ko just abi kimi. Ko bi to mo ki to nyam. Ko ya leji no di. Tun do du li ta ban. Ki tai. O go no. Nu ma mi baita. Au gi bole technique. Ni lenin. Ole ki o ko ko mi ti ala ki mo ki ni mu ala ki ko ku mu mu ko ku no ju to. Ni te banana ja. Ja te. Ki ni no mo. Ki ko nga pe ko ngan din je. Ki me di go su. Mo ngan pure ti la da. O te be meti. Bureti, ala ki o te te pit ko ke. Bureti, ini bureti. Mo ngan bureti la da. Ba ya te ne jo. Direito, yo, kila. Kila. Direito, ti direito, ne mati television. Direito. Kago mwa, kale bureti, la kale pigile sume ke bioso. Kita je ipe, kurget ke tu kul kapla mai ahot. Amami. Amami kami nu begini kami. Gile lo kami. Aku yang direito. Mo gila. Ah. Ya, mau ni jalan ni mau muda. Gila, boy, gila. Ada bureti. Rame, banyak mau bureti. Cara bureti. Guru. Mami bureti. Mami. Kamu.
Sub-county water officer called Oliver Chepoy. We can also ask our ICT. We have.
Okay. Can you also project for us the data?
I think that is the letter, Honorable Chair, written to Plumpel Space Age International Limited. My water project. Following, I can read Honorable Chair. Following our visit to the above project on 12th September 2018, where you have been awarded a contract to construct a 25 cubic meter sum, among other works as specified in the contract. The following observations were made on the said sum. 1. The sum is slightly on higher level than that of the source. Therefore, water will not be able to flow into the sum. 2. The sum had water in it at the time of our visit. Therefore, this suggests that the sum could be leaking from the floor or the wall. 4th or 5th, it is a shallow 1.7 meters, while the recommended depth is 2.1 meters. 4th, it is a smaller, that is 17.6 cubic meter, than the specified size, that is 25 meter cubic. From the observation made above, it is apparent that the sum will be done afresh, and therefore you are instructed to redo the same. Thank you. That is from the Sub-County Water Officer Mkwen, Oliver Chepoy. Copy to Director Water Sub-County Administrator, that is Mkwin Sub-County. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Waziri, what do you have to say about that?
It's unfortunate, Chair, but as the Chief Officer answered, is that we have done, we had a meeting, we had assembled 7 engineers who have advised us, and we have considered it in our current budget to rework.
But before even we proceed, Waziri, from the explanation that the Chief Officer gave, against what you've seen and against the letter that was sent by the sub-county officers, it is contradictory.
From the letter that was written in 2018, if the issues that were raised, if those issues had been worked on, maybe some of the issues here would have been prevented. Like the source which no longer stores the required volumes of water because of that underground system.
Now, what is the status of payment for this project, for the works done by the contractor? Bonasio, are you in a better position to answer that? Or the director? Can you answer what is the status of payment for that project? Because without doubt, I'm very sure it must have been paid.
And Chair, even before he answers, I think you heard that old man say that the water reached the tank, and he said that that water was even too much, which means that at some point this project was working before the current.
But you see, going by the recommendation of the sub-county water, Oliver Cheboy, yeah. What is the status of payment, Bwana Director, of that project?
I think the initial payment for there have been the 2 projects, 2 contracts have been done. The early one for solarization and the early pumping scheme was paid. And the second one of 758,000 was also paid.
So already money have been paid. Now, what is the value of that money now, Director? What was the amount? What was the amount?
I'm not sure, but it is between I think around 4 million, the earlier contract for solarization and the pumping scheme.
What is the value of 4 million?
I think what happened, Chair, is that when the contractor tested the rising main.
What is the value of 4 million?
I think the value for the 4 million was actually the construction of the rising main.
Director, let us be honest with ourselves. This issue of value for...
You are set to pay.
Yes, through Chair, already CEO has formed a team of inspection, and the money is intact in the special purpose account. So we'll be paying after inspection, and we assure you that value for money, for sure, because ours, we are saying somebody must have consumed the water. A tap must be opened, at least for the beneficiaries. So we have a list of beneficiaries who must receive the water before payment.
That won't sound quite over. Now, on that again, how many signatories do you have in that flogger? Or how the method of takers we see once a contractor is complete, you have all the documentation they have made. Can you give us in brief how the payment is done for that flogger?
Okay, as I hand over to our CEO because he's the accounting officer, the money is in the special purpose account, so it is in the system. So it's normally through the normal county systems. It's not paid via check or whatever. So he can explain because mine only will be guiding up to the inspection, and then the payments is through the system.
So you have no role in payments?
Yes.
You have no role when it comes to payments?
My role in payment is to ascertain that the project is complete and working.
What about the signing and everything else?
No, in the special purpose account, I think the CEO will explain.
Through the chair before the CEO took over. Now, Mr. Meli, you have talked very well about the projects of LOCA, that it is almost to be paid when you have already gone for inspection. Now, there is an issue of a project in Gemela Maraba, and that one is about avocado seedlings. Sure, the nursery is complete, tubes are there, but no seedlings. I don't know where you will get the seedlings.
Through Chair, Honorable Member, I am aware of what happened. Kemeloi Maraba project was a special project under agriculture because as a department, we are given in sectors. So what happened, we missed out a little bit at the start where, you know, FLOCA is about World Climate Change Committees. So the project is proposed by the community through the World Climate Change Committee, but they missed out on sustainability. So what happened, the contract was about construction of the tree nursery and tubes, stacking and filling the tubes with the soil. Now, this project should have been managed by ASACO for sustainability, because after FLOCA funding the project, it should continue. So we missed out in that bit, but we have rectified. There is now an association that has been formed at the village level, which now will manage, which we will hand over this project to be manned by ASACO. ASACO, which, because the seedlings should be sold, it will not be free, to allow the project to continue for sustainability. So we are at that point now, and the project will kick off well.
You know, the reason why I was asking, you know, we had an agreement with the school where the nursery was put. Now we are in halfway. So I don't know whether it will be successful, because the school are just waiting. Completing 1 year, they will chase the committee out before the project is complete. So I don't know how fast will you be.
Through Chair, we are in control of, at the moment. We were also worried, but our the Department of Agriculture, they have assured us of how we will get the seedlings. I mean, you know, this avocado will be crafted. So that's a technical aspect through agriculture. So through some savings in other projects, we will allocate an amount which will facilitate us to ensure that the seedlings are put in place. So the cooperative have said they will take over from there, from watering the seedlings until maturity. it will be now the circle. So give us not less than 3 months, not more than 3 months, the project will be up and running.
Chair, I think there is something which has not been.
Are you satisfied, Mheshimiwa Trufosa?
Not so, because, you know, the nursery, the tubes, it's just like a forest. But I was told you went last week to spray the tubes,
Yes,
because it looks so amazing for the community, for such a big project.
Through Chair, out of around 41 projects, I think that is the only one which had challenges. And I have said FLOCA projects are being done for the first time. And I agree that there are some loopholes because these are manned by World Climate Change Committees. So, and this is the only project in agriculture as a tree nursery. Most of the others are water projects. So this one allow us, we will rate ourselves very soon, and it will catch up. What I believe in is I hope also you are told we had a meeting where we brought in agriculture officers, we brought in cooperative officers, we and our environment officers a week ago, and I believe the way forward that we made was clear.
Chair, there is a question I ask. I ask you that I be taken through the method on how the FLOCA funds is being paid to a contractor. Because initially we were told the way you have alleged that the money is in purpose special account. Now to me I was interested on the process, assuming just to start from where the contractors worked. Yes, just you have tested, maybe you have 3 or 10 household the beneficiary. Take us from there. Who are these approvers from the point of?
Thank you. Chair, let me respond to that. First, I want to say that upon completion of the project, the contractor will write to us requesting for inspection to be done. And like Director has mentioned, we have already constituted a team who will assist us in inspecting and approving the projects for payment. Once that is done, the documents will be forwarded to the office of, to my office. So to be specific, the procurement officer will handle the document, and the procurement officer will create a PO. Initially, these resources were supposed to be appropriated at the operation account, which we had opened at Family Bank. But later on, we were given another circular by FLOCA that their resources should remain at the central bank account, that is special purpose account. With that, it has to go through the process, the normal process, which we've been undertaking at the county level. That is, it begins with creation of PO by the procurement officer. I approve as an accounting officer the PO. It goes to invoicer, who will do the invoicing. Then after invoicing, it goes to validation. After being validated, it comes back to me to approve the invoice. And then it proceeds to finance. The only different thing in this process is that now that we have the resources, we have the money in the account. Once it reaches invoicing, we just make payment. So this is something that can be done in a day. It cannot even take 2 days because already the money is there. We are not saying we are waiting for money. So this is just something that upon completion, and like what we have said, to make these projects viable, we have included the signature of the ward committee chair to approve also that indeed we can proceed on with the payment. So we have the ward administrator coming in, and we have the ward committee chairperson. Once we have that document, honorable members, we'll make payment within a day. If it goes beyond a day, then 2 days.
Chair, I think it is now clear. The only thing that maybe the CEO could tell us is now disapprove us, because I know it goes almost 7 or 5 or even up to 8 stages. Now that there was this crisis, are you sure that all approvers are within the working area, or some are affected? Because I know the POs, the approvers of POs, accountants, now that we know they are still making, it has to come up clearly. I know many people are still asking, are you sure as a department all approvers are there? Or is there any challenge? And make us to understand.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Keter, for seeking that information. I wish to bring to the attention of the Chair that normalcy has returned to our departments now. We have been assigned new officers, those who came to county through the right procedure. So as I speak now, I have a procurement officer assigned to the Department of Lands. I also have an accountant. And we also have a team of invoicers. So the process of payment now has returned back to normalcy. And once we initiate a payment, it will not last more than 2 days.
Sure. Okay, honorable members, let us move to the last item of personal emoluments.
We still have a few things which must be clarified.
Okay.
Kindly, Chair.
Yes, Kogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. To our officers, I think you've been given mandate to offer service to residents of this county. And with this item on road demarcation, and normally we've got what we call registry index maps, whereby clients, I don't know, do you offer on a free services on the map works, or you charge a fee? And if it's at a fee, then to which account? Thank you.
Maybe as they prepare to answer the question from my colleague, I want to direct this question to Director Lelei. The status of Kibaliach Water Project. I have seen in financial year 22-23, you are intending to pay a pending bill. It is on a pending bill you want to pay a contractor who supplied. I don't think, is it an engine or is it a water pump? 848,000. Almost paid, but the water project has not yet kicked off. Kindly, Lelei, shed the light. You have been to that water project regularly.
Chair, on Gabaliach Water Project, it was actually done in the year 22-23. And the works which were given to the contractor was to supply a diesel engine pump that could pump water to a mercenary storage tank, which is situated 1 kilometer away. In that case, the PQ was developed to supply only the pump, but when the contractor came in, we realized that the pump house could not work, so the contractor had to construct another pump house so that we can pump this water. When the pump was installed, it could not pump because the size of the rising main was 4 inch and the outlet of the pump which was brought by the contractor was 2 inch. Notwithstanding, I told the contractor to change, to bring another pump that can pump this water. But the community refused to release the pump so that the contractor can take to the supplier so that they can bring a new one. So I told him if that is the case, we can start a new pipeline of 2 inch in East Coast so that we can pump this water. The contractor, we had pulled up and down until we told the contractor that that notwithstanding, we have also letters of the same that we wrote to the contractor to purchase a new pump that can actually pump this water to the rising main.
Chair, point of information.
Yes.
I've listened to my friend Lelei reading procurement processes casually. I just want to remind him of section 44 on the responsibilities of accounting officer. And I want to draw your attention to section 44A that reads, ensure procurement of goods and services of the public entity are within the approved budget of that entity. And it continues to say, ensure procurement plans are prepared in conformity with the Constitution. Lele, Chair, I'm a bit worried, and you know, sometimes I remain silent and I listen to some few things and ask myself, are we doing the right thing? Earlier on, I listened to CEO talked of having some funds. You can wake up very early in the morning and go and source some things that is required. I've also listened to you. I've also listened to Wasiri. And sincerely, I want to ask you people to be a bit serious on your work. Lelei, writing a letter to a contractor to go budgets, is that in conformity with the Procurement Act? Surely? Let us be sincere. Is this a kind of department we are running in such a casual manner? You know, I'm just asking myself, are we actually complying with this kind of rules and regulation? Chair, before even, there are some things it keeps on and it proceeds, you know, and we keep on listening to such kind of statements, surely.
Who knows, maybe it's the contractor himself.
And CEO, I want to ask you, CEO, is that a procedure of procuring services and goods? Writing a letter to the contractor to procure something, as far as you are the accounting officer?
Let me respond to that, Mheshimiwa Pet. Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair. I think what the director said is that after issuing an award for this contractor to supply the machine or the equipment in discussion, it occurred while the contractor was already on the ground, that after supplying that water pump, it could not operate as intended. Therefore, he requested the contractor to change the pump. When this contractor finally agreed.
Hold on, Chair. Requested to
change the pump. It is allowed.
What is the process of, if there is a problem, the machine, the pump is faulty?
This is
or
not
rather any other.
This is not a faulty, through Chair. This is not a faulty pump. It is the pump that was in the specification of what the contractor was supposed to supply. Now, having supplied what was requested to do in the PQ, it happened that initially the pipe at the rising main could not support this pump.
Honorable Chair.
So what was following now was
Honorable Chair,
a discussion.
Since we don't have time, time is of the essence. I think what our friends are just telling us is how incompetent they are. That's what we are seeing. And I think we can rest it there sometimes. I just would like to ask about this flocker. So how much money is in the account?
As we speak, we have 216 million in the account.
Who did you say are the signatories?
The signatories for this account, like I stated clearly, is that we have two accounts. We have the special purpose account, which is at the central bank, and we have an operation account. Earlier on, they had allowed the department.
Just the signatories, Chair, through the Chair.
So the signatories is the Director Meli, myself, and the CEO of Finance. That is the operation account, Chair. The special purpose account is the Chief Officer of Finance and myself.
And Meli indicated that he has no role.
That's why I've said we have two accounts. We have operation account.
Witness Meli, did you say you have no role?
Yes, this is the CCRI is for investments. Or
but you
projects.
signed something. You are a signatory to an account.
Not for
don't
the
perjure
projects.
yourself. Okay, so now, Chairman, I think it's only important that they supply us with the statements for these accounts, complete with all the requisitions and every other balances that are there.
I think that one we can do.
Maybe now just
but of course through finance.
To confirm
for guidance.
Honorable Meli, you mentioned that you advertised for all flocker projects. Does that include Enego?
Yes, it includes.
I am asking Meli.
Yes, under water. I am not sure that the name may not be clear to me as it was advertised. Why I'm saying so, through Chair, in Flocker Manual, section 71, 72, 73, the director is the coordinator of the projects. And after you assigning projects to sectors, it is upon now the sector director.
Anyway, we cannot be sure whether it was advertised or not.
Yes, director, what?
Maybe the CEO knows.
Let me confirm that.
Chair, before the CEO.
We advertised 3 weeks ago. I took the contractor to the ground. I was with the director water. And in fact, we met the committee and we went even up to the point where the pipe we saw at the Enego dispensary is.
Just
and I have the list here.
I think, honorable members, the issue was it advertised? And they have answered.
Yes, it was.
Let us proceed.
No, can they confirm? Was it advertised or not?
Yes, it was advertised.
Very well.
Number 25 in the list of advert.
Now, Chair,
to be specific.
Because I didn't want us to move from this to emoluments before we sort out a few other projects. I have two specific projects of interest. There is Lamayo in Lelmokwa, and there is Kapsagara in Olesos.
Chair.
So
Before
they could just project.
Kindly, Honorable Chair, I want to, my question was bypassed. You know, my counterpart has run very fast. Kindly, I have Kipaliach water project, and I want the ICT to just project swiftly so that we can move to another project.
So, Honorable Chair, I think they'll not forget my question that I asked on the registry index.
Yes.
On the issue of surveyors, because
that one is.
This is Kipaliach water project in Kaptel Kamoiwa. This is. That is a. This is a pump house. That is it. And that is the pump house. This is in my ward. Even I don't know where the pumping machine is right now, Honorable Chair. And in fact, the contractor is almost, the money is on the pipeline, almost being paid. Pending bill, almost being paid, Honorable Chair. Kindly, Lele, Director, what is the status of the payment? Maybe it has been paid already. And when was the last time you water?
Was the pump supplied to that water project? Lele? When was the project first?
And is it complete?
The conception of the project, when was it?
The earlier, we have two projects, as you can see. There is the concrete one. This one was done in 2015, 2016. This one was not done. What was done in 22, 23 was only the pump that was applied. So the engineer who designed was initially saying that it was to use that old pump house, the other one. But when it reached the ground, the contractor had to construct that one so that it can pump this water.
Which one? The Mapati one or the concrete one, Lele?
It was actually supposed to be installed in the concrete one. Since it has stalled for a long time, that is why the state is in that place. But the contractor has not been paid for the pump.
What about something that I'm seeing, it has an hole?
Yes.
No,
that one is a sump and it has got water.
ICT, there's someone.
This one? Yeah, that one is the sump which has got water. And it was done in 2015.
And where is the pump for this water project?
The pump is with the committee who refused to release so that the contractor can bring the specified one that can pump this water. So there was a
Is this the water project that we are talking about? The diesel pump?
Yes, this is for the diesel pump.
Okay.
Lele, is there any value for money here?
So if I caught Lele well, he said they now decided to change the pipeline or what? No.
The rising main.
There was a, if you can see at the initial, when you start there, well, because I asked the engineer who visited the ground and designed the engine, at the start there it is 2-inch. But as you go, why the pump did not function is that if you go beyond around 50 meters, you will realize that the pump is enlarged. There was an enlargement of the rising main to 4-inch, which is not seen, not unless you dig the ground. So the engineer who designed was designing for 2-inch to deliver water on the rising main, thinking that the old rising main was 2-inch. But since he was not the one who was there in the consecutive year, we realized that it is 4-inch at the upper side, which required us to come back again and redesign.
There is an allegation made by the honorable member. What is the status of payment? Mr.
It's not been paid.
And have you initiated?
No, we have not initiated the payment.
Maybe we'll find out later.
Chair, it is only reflected in the list of pending bills, but no one has ever initiated anything.
Okay.
Because we have a list of historical pending bills, then the current pending bills, and then
Now, let
work in
us
progress.
move to the one
Let's go to
Kapsagara, and then we close projects.
We go to
Thank you.
Kapsagara, and I would like us to do Lamayua.
So we start with
Let us do Kapsagara, and then all these projects are actually resembling each other. So let
Yes.
us do Kapsagara, and then we go to personal emoluments.
Thank you, Chair. Let me respond to Kapsagara. And I really want to appreciate the fact that you have clearly indicated that these projects are almost similar. We have about 6 projects in the department which were undertaken, or rather they were supposed to have been done the year between 2020 to 2023 to 2022, for that matter. And Kapsagara is one of those projects. This project, initially, the contractor was awarded. And after doing some work, which it was supposed to be done because it was split into two. There was phase 1 and phase 2. So this project, after the first phase 1, the person who was doing phase 1 completed his work, it appears that there was no electricity around there. While in the inception, they were supposed to have an electricity to power on the water pump. So it stayed for quite some time. Because of that, in successive years, there was no allocation for the same. Maybe through chair, you will allow me to keep also Waziri to expound on the same.
What did you say? There was no allocation which time?
I have said that the contractor who was given this work did his work as per the specification. That is the BQs. There was also another contractor who was supposed to do Jeptingting water project. But the Jeptingting water project and Kapsagara water project was supposed to draw water from the same source. And they were supposed to use electricity to pump. A similar challenge like the one for Kapsayan. There was no transformer to do the pumping. So that is what it made this project to stall.
And there was supposed to have been a transformer to drop from somewhere.
Yes. I'm told they were supposed to this something related to that. That's why I'm saying maybe Waziri can still grab because we went there last year.
Let us allow
but
Waziri
it was not
to
captured
respond.
anywhere in the budget. Yes,
Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Regrettably, what the Chief Officer said, the Kapsagara had two phases. Phase 1 was the laying of pipes and the construction of rising main, spring protection, and the constructions of pump house. When that part was done, and these were two contracts that were different. So when at the conclusion of the first contract, this was supposed to be a pumping scheme by electricity. And as the Chief Officer said, we didn't have any source of power around there. Now, after these ones had been done, that was during the 2020, the Corona era. And that during that time, we all know that our staff, offices were closed and all staff were asked to work from home. We all worked from home the whole of 2020. So when we came back, so when we closed, all activities stalled. All programs that were going on stopped until we came back. When we came back, the prices of commodities had risen. After the Corona, there were a lot of high prices. So the contractor, who was contracted now to do the elevator tank for this project, requested for more funding. He said that he wanted the contract to be revalued. Of course, I think, Chair, I've been warned earlier, and I want to stick to that. I don't want to mention the areas that I've been warned. So the project delayed, and it is regrettable that they had to delay the tank, the construction of the suspended tank, the elevator tank. But this year, 2024-2025, we have allocated, we have considered it for completion. So we are going to complete, we are going to build the elevator tank, and we are going to complete the project this year. Thank you, Chair.
First of all, before we go to that level, was it included in the budget of 24-25?
Unless I confirm, we had agreed.
But now, Waziri, you've clearly said that
You have considered. How much
you've
have you considered
considered
for?
to finish. So, and you are not sure about the budget. Can you be?
No, we did a survey. I mean, we sent engineers on site. They have done the PQs for the.
And do you have the budget?
Is
Do you
there?
have the budget?
Is there a budget?
That's what I want to.
Okay, but now before I'm sure I know that there is no budget. I represent the ward. Unless you are doing your own things, the ones you have explained. Now, let's go back. Let's go back a bit to the year of interest.
Maybe before you continue through the chair, we had requested Meshimua to allow us.
Oh, you do what?
Now you.
There was a negotiation you were doing with Meshimua. There was a negotiation you were doing with him.
You see, Honorable Chairman, I think Waziri again is jumping the gun. That's what you have told him, not to begin dragging people here. But the question is, we would like to understand year 22-23 for Jebtingding and Kapsagara. How much was in the budget?
As is
there was nothing in the budget.
Are you sure? Did you look at the budget?
I'm very sure.
If we were to bring it, so you would again say you have never seen it?
For Kapsagara. But Ting, I think that one we constructed.
Both. I want to tell you that there was 5.6 million.
No.
For both?
For both. 2 point something and 2 point something. Maybe Mr. Our budget person can confirm this.
I think, Mheshimiwa Chair, for Jeptingding, the rising main was done. A masonry tank was also done. I think you can confirm that. For the rising
so
main,
how
but
much
it is
money?
dependent on
How much
Kapsagara.
money has been spent on this up to now? How much money has been paid in this project?
I cannot ascertain.
Let's just have the figures, the exact figures.
I think
figures only without explanation.
Chair, you'll allow us to supply the exact figures for the same because we cannot use.
And has it been paid?
Yes, for Jeptingding it has been paid, and also Kapsagara A has been paid.
The phase one, which had complete works, I think was paid.
How much was it? You know, and we are looking at it. You know, you normally struggle sometimes to look at the project. You can only see the reeds and that small pump house, whatever if that is a pump house.
We were unable to reach even to that pump house because the area was swampy. But from the information we got is that we have the sump constructed. That is what we were told by that guy that you have seen there.
Yeah, spring protection was done, the sump was done, pump house was also done, and there's also a pump.
What's the amount?
I cannot give the amount, but I can account for all the aspects that are there. And you can also, since you don't come from farm, Mheshimiwa, you also realize that there was vandalism on the electricity which was brought near to the source.
You know, Waziri has just explained that there was no electricity around.
Maybe through the chair, we had visited the place with the German, and we are not new in that place. You have very good water. We have plenty of water there. We have the electricity. In fact, the place where you left pump, that neighboring family, where the pump is, there is electricity. So there was no need to say that we don't have the transformer at the place. And maybe the only thing that you need to have been done, it was only the building of tanks, water tank, and other completion. And it has stayed for long. It has taken long.
Honorable Chair, allow me. My question was not answered the other time. I had asked the CEO to assist me locate Ngeny water project in Cheptiroi. I don't know where it is.
Thank you, Honorable Lucy, through chair, let me try to respond to that. Chair, I don't know where Ngeny water project is. What I am aware is Jeptiroi water project and Singlet water project, which we undertook between 2022, 2023 and 2023, 2024 when I was in office.
So, Chair, kindly check on your report. That project is written somewhere. I want to know the status of that water project. Ngeny water project in Jeptiroi. It is somewhere in the report.
Chair, I'm not aware about the project. If it is written in the report, maybe we can check. But like I've said, I'm only aware of those projects which we tendered during the time when I was in office, because I have personally visited those projects. That is Jeptiroi water project, water supply, yeah, Jeptiroi water supply, and Singlet water project where we were doing this desilting. And again, we have also put that in Vlogger.
So, Honorable Chair, on the question of Kapsagara and
let us first conclude with Mheshimiwa Tololei.
This is your report, Honorable CEO. And I know about Jeptiroi, I know Singlet, and the rest of the projects, but I've really been trying to look for this project.
Yeah, I think there are some information which came from monitoring and evaluation team that came to this house erroneously. And that is why, you know, when they were consolidating, now that they don't know these projects, they just consolidated, they heaped information without clarity. And that is what has costed us,
Chair, let me
especially
ask,
when we are explaining.
Yes, Honorable Bet.
Let me ask you, CEO, and I can agree there was confusion by the chief officer. Do you normally fail quarterly report to this house since you took over the reins of power?
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Because that will then guide us. If you have been failing, the information could be within this house.
Thank you, Chair. I think what we've been doing is that we've been forwarding our reports to the Department of Economic Planning, because they are the people to consolidate and send to the county assembly. So that's been the procedure.
So
unless if we will now change.
So for your information, Chief, we are not aware. Since I was elected, we've not received any quarterly reports as required by PFM Act Section 166. And you know, that is a total...
So Chair, with that, I think now that we have a conversation, you know, this is a conversation. Even though I know it amounts to investigation, it is also a conversation that will help us to chart way forward. So I want to agree that as the departments, we will be sending our quarterly report to the Department of Economic Planning, as well as send another report to the office of the clerk, so that now things will appear to be moving in a clear manner, to avoid all this confusion. Because if there is actually a water project that can be reflected in the Department of Health, that we will all agree and conclude that those are misplaced projects, which we cannot ascertain whether they are factual, whether somebody inserted knowingly or it was erroneous. And that is why we wrote a letter to the office of the clerk as a department, because we were aware of what we supplied to the department. We knew, you know, we are up to the task and we understand our department fully.
That is why.
Chair,
Honorable Chair, are we going backwards? or forward?
Okay, let us move to another item, honorable members.
Yes, my question has not been answered.
Let us move to personal
not-
emoluments, please. Let us move to personal emoluments.
Honorable Chairman, when we move to these emoluments, will we still sort out a few questions that we have? Or that is the last?
I think, honorable members, I had ruled that most of these projects resembles each other.
No, they are.
So we can use already what we have to make some decisions.
Honorable
We are
Chair.
above 50% in.
Honorable Chair, I
in
think
what
my
we've
question is
covered.
totally different.
then I'm not. I don't know.
Yes.
I thought my question was totally different on survey and demarcation. They have not answered.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that one.
And Chair, to be on a fair note as well, it is out of this conversation and engagement with the officers that will inform the decision that we are going to make. If any member, Chair, feels that there is something that was left out, and this will then inform the decision of this committee, it would be wise for you also to allow members prosecute what they feel they have information about, because, Chair, this will guide us.
Okay, let us allow the question of demarcation by Honorable Kogo.
Thank you, Chair. All our clients, including all our offices, we get our maps from Eldoret. We don't have those maps here, Chair. The only ones that are available are the ones that are available for use in our libraries at the RD House. But for purchase of maps, they are purchased from Eldoret. Thank you, sir.
Still on that, Chair. Chair, now that our CCM has explained so much that he only relies on the maps within Eldoret, how do you tell whether you have been given the right one or the wrong map? Because I understand we have different types of maps. No, from perspective, I don't know whether you have come to across with such cases as you handle issues within the department. How do you tell whether you have been given the right map?
Thank you, Chair. We have up-to-date maps in our RD House library. We have up-to-date maps where we can refer. But for printing purposes and purchasing purposes, from all this region, even KO, Baringo, and Trans Nzoia, they get them from Eldoret. Thank you, sir.
And maybe is there any fee?
Thank you, Chair. Of course, yes, when you go to Eldoret, there is a fee that is paid before a map is, but I think it's a small fee. We've been sending clients, and I think that's a small fee. But for purposes of control, we have ours in our library. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, you seem to be in a hurry today. Now, at CC, there is you also undertake KISIP, is it?
Yes, Chair.
Can those be considered as flagship projects?
No, they are not.
Particularly so, whatever we have in Mosoriot.
They are not flagship projects. Chair, we have two components of KISIP. One component is for land regularization that involves 6 of our upper centers: Kapiyet, Kaiboy, Lesos, Kaptumo, Kemeloi, and Baraton. So that is the aspect of land regularization. That is, they are helping us to plan for those urban centers. And then the other component is for infrastructure development. And that one we're having it in Mosoriot, where we got a grant of 268 million. And we got the initial, they call them emergency fund, where we used to construct 3 masts and the market stalls, which are complete. The representatives from the World Bank and KISIP visited, and they checked, and they were impressed. And this other component of 200 and the other component of 268 has already been tendered. The works have been taken, and so we are waiting work to continue. Thank you, Chair.
Which year was it? Which financial year? What you are just describing?
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Minor. Through the Chair, it is this financial year, the year 2023-2024.
So 2023, 2024. I think, Chair, then, because it captures what we are doing, it's only fair that they give us all the details. Virtually all of them.
Regarding the KISIP?
Yes.
Yes. I think we provided.
All of it.
We provided the details in our response. Because in the letter that we had received for production of documents, the letter had indicated that all the World Bank projects. So we provided for KISIP, we provided for FLOCA. Thank you.
Now, there is an issue that Waziri had just explained. The ongoing works. Are there any other works that have been tendered in Mosoriot? Or the ongoing works? For the 268 million or what?
It is the tamaking of Mosoriot.
Yeah,
it is what is going on now. What the contract?
Why is Waziri saying and we are waiting for the 10 in... I thought I
No, what he mentioned is
yes.
We have two phases.
The emergencies.
We have the emergencies.
And the other one.
Which we were granted during El Nino time.
And that works were tendered by you. You are the ones who advertised.
It is done by the county government and KISIP. They send their representative during evaluation.
Okay. So we have
in fact, the procurement for KISIP is the one who was doing the procurement.
Okay.
The company working there, what is it called?
It is called Interpil Company Limited.
Does it have any other projects in the county, to your knowledge?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. Very well. So we would be interested in those details, all of them, including any material that I think is important. Including, how is the money, the KISIP money? Is it also in a SPV?
Yes, it is also in SPP.
So in the similar version, information about the accounts and all the payments that goes on there. One other question, CEO, there have been allegations that there were certain activities in the physical planning area regarding some machines. Can you shed some light on this?
Thank you.
Were you ever a subject of investigation by the EACC?
Yes, through the chair. About 4 months ago, I can say it was one of my lowest moments in working in the county government, because somebody somewhere who was our employee wrote to EACC that I had procured there was some tender which was given out at the physical planning department for survey equipment. So this guy purported that I had awarded my sister that contract, and therefore it amounted to conflict of interest. So the EACC came in to investigate on that. Apparently, where truth is, lies will never last. This particular or this said equipment was tendered before I came to the Department of Lands. It was issued by the acting CO10. And these equipments were 3. One was a RTK machine. It's called real-time kinematic machine. The second machine is the tablet. And the third one is the printer. So when the EACC came, they ascertained where the truth was, because I was not conflicting in any manner, because I'm not the one who initiated the tendering process, appointed a committee, and even awarded the contractor who supplied that machine. But then I was prosecuted through the social media.
Since I asked the question, I don't think we would like to have all these details. What I would like to ask you is, witness, is it true that the wrong machine and a second-hand machine was brought into the physical planning office?
Honorable member.
Yes or no?
Of course, through the chair, you will allow me to explain, because there has been a lot of narration.
It's a simple thing. Simple answer.
It does
yes
not amount to yes or no.
Let him
allow me to explain this, because the reason why I'm requesting this is because of prosecution. I was really condemned in social media, in all corners and in all quarters, that I had given my sister, my relative, this contract. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Now these equipments were brought by the contractor. They were received by acceptance committee. The technical person, Chadiba, rejected the printer, but accepted the other two equipments. The reason why this equipment was rejected is because at the point of developing a TOR and specification, the department decided to keep out a specification of the printer which they were having, which they are using now in the department. It is called Canon 3000 TX, which it has been phased out in the market. Remember, the one which they are having now in the office is the one which was purchased about 5 years ago. So you understand the issue of upgrading. So this thing was not was no longer in the market. So the contractor decided to bring a refurbished one, because it was not there in the market. So when this contractor supplied this refurbished one, in the wisdom of the person who was supposed to use it, they rejected it. Now when it was rejected, I called for a meeting. We had a meeting with the technical committee. And at that time, the contractor had written to us protesting that the said printer could not be found anywhere in the market. So we had a discussion and we said we will allow a higher version of that, because we have 3,000, and then we have now what is after being upgraded, it goes to 4,000, which is Canon TX 4000. So we allow the supplier to now proceed on and supply a higher upgrade of the same without increasing or adjusting the cost, because the upgraded one is of higher cost as compared to the initial one. And he accepted and he brought the TX 4000 instead of what was in the specification, which is TX 3000. That is when we accepted. But unfortunately, during this forth and back, that time there was an employee who was working in the Department of Lands. At some point,
who accepted?
Let me just allow me, Mheshimiwa, to conclude this. At that point, Chair, this guy, this said officer, was working as a physical planner, assistant. And at some point, this guy started soliciting money from the traders, because the work of the physical planners is to mark buildings who have not met the standards. or the requirements. So this guy decided to solicit the resources. And there were several issues that were brought to our attention on the same. And in fact, Mheshimiwa stepped out. He would bear as witness, Mr. Mheshimiwa Mospe from Kaptumo. He came to offices. We were having even a meeting for the regularization of centers. That is Lesos, Mosorio, not Mosorio, but Kaiboi, Kabiet. So Mheshimiwa stood and told us, we have some notorious people who are going around soliciting resources and bribes. So when he asked, I told him personally, I asked him, Honorable Mospe, who is this gentleman? And in fact, he started when Veronica introduced herself. They said, I've been looking for this person. And he stood and told us, there is a guy. We are about 2 guys who are going around frustrating traders and marking their buildings and soliciting resources. So I asked Mheshimiwa, kindly share with us the information. When he gave us the contacts, we were doubling, we were seated, all of us. And I told him, we know this guy, his issue has been raised to us. So we immediately after the meeting, we sat as a department together with Veronica, and we wanted to initiate a disciplinary action against the officer. At the point of contemplating, we were told this is not a physical planner. This guy is an engineer. He came in as a physical planner assistant. He is not an engineer. So we said, let us transfer him to roads.
Why don't we guide the witness to answer what we want? Because that's a long story.
No, Honorable Member, he was explaining an issue that it led to the issue of the EACC.
Yes.
So it could be better we...
Thank you, Chair, for coming to...
Because you had asked a question whether he was once investigated by EACC, and he wanted to clear that issue for better understanding of the members.
Thank you, Chair, for coming to my rescue. I really appreciate that. And I want to say this, as I conclude. We transferred the state officer to the Department of Transport because his profession is a diploma in civil. In the wisdom, after discussing with the CS, we said there's no need for us to, because that was gross misconduct. And the only punitive action that we were supposed to undertake was to sack him, or rather dismiss him from service. So we had a discussion, and he was transferred through the office of the CS to the Department of Transport, but he refused. In fact, he texted me. He sent me an SMS. He told me, "You are the one to go. I cannot be supervised by someone like me." So we stayed for about like 3 months when he had refused to transfer, and during that time, he started now maligning our names with all that. He wrote the letter to the Public Service Board, he wrote a letter to the EACC, and he wrote a letter to this Honorable House, purporting that I had awarded a contract to my relative, and not even a relative, but my sister. So I think that has been in verification. The EACC came, they verified, and even when I had and said I had employed my son, I'm aware there is a letter that came to this house that I had employed my son. So what I want to say is that there was nothing, completely nothing, that was malicious.
To cut the story short, Bwana Chief, have you been cleared by EACC?
We are yet to receive, or rather I am yet to receive the clearance. But to the best of my knowledge, I know I was acquitted of all those allegations.
Okay. Yes.
We want to request this gentleman to be a witness. That one.
So maybe we'll give you the name in camera. That we'll call him here to give us evidence. May I ask, Chief, so how many machines are in the physical planning right now related to those, to the ones you've drawn, the RTK?
3.
3 of them?
Yes.
Could you explain why there are 3 there?
There are 3 because the contractor was supposed to supply 3.
So this
Are you talking of the printer, repairing the printer, or the 3 machines, the equipment which they were supposed to be supplied?
But I think you answered correctly because they could actually be 3.
Actually, it is the tablet.
For guidance,
yes.
I understand that the contract was the contractor to supply 3 items.
No. You see, you mentioned that there was a refurbished, then maybe we will get the rest of the information, but I know there are 3 machines.
For clarity, let me clarify this.
Order. I think the refurbished one, Mheshimiwa, the refurbished one was not allowed. They upgraded the specification.
Maybe, no, Chairman, maybe we can have the ICT projecting, whatever we have. It is not the question of which one was which, Honorable Chairman. We must find out. So which one is this, CEO? And which one is that?
Can I respond to that, Chair?
Yes.
So, like I said, one was rejected. The one which was rejected is the
Is it this one?
No, not this one, but a smaller one. Yes, that one was rejected.
So this is what was used by the county before?
Yes, it is. They are using, in fact, they are using it. And it was rejected. So they brought another one, which I think.
So anyway, Chairman, so that we make
progress. But for clarity,
so that we
progress. Have 3 equipments. We have the RTK, we have the tablet, and we have the printer. So the printer is the equipment in question, but all the other 2 were used immediately.
What do you know about that truck?
That one is it's a FACO that brought the brand equipment which was supposed to replace the other one.
Okay. So I think maybe, Chairman, because we don't have the latitude of time, it would only be fair that the CEO furnishes us with all the possible information regarding this. And I think Honorable Laldim has just mentioned that we could invite that officer. So he will give the name to
What
Chairman.
is the name, Bwana CEO?
The officer I'm referring.
The one you said he maligned your name. Because
it's called Kiplagat Alam.
Huh?
It's called Kiplagat Alam.
Kiplagat Aram.
Kiplagat Talam.
Talam?
Yes.
Okay.
And as to the issue of supplying information, I think I have provided what we have, because the rest of the information are with the EACC. But all the other information I have provided.
Honorable Chair, my question on that, why is it that the machine was rejected? Or that is my question, big question. Why is it was rejected?
I think I had explained that.
I think Waziri had explained. They were declining the machine because it was not to the specifications.
Yes, it was not in conformity of the specification. Yet it had been phased out. Yeah.
So I think it is important, Chairman, that he also gives us the payment details. When this machine was paid for and when this replacement machine was applied. Maybe just so that we avoid any doubt, CEO, was the payment made before the delivery of the replacement machine, to your knowledge?
You know, Mheshimiwa, what happens is that when these things were supplied, they were stored in the county store, because the procurement officer is situated or located at the Mazingira house. So when these things were brought, they were kept there. And after replacement is when now they were brought to the Hardy House. So maybe that is now the window that gave these guys the latitude to malign
the time of payment. That's all I'm interested in.
Yes, the time of
was
payment.
Was it before the replacement machine or after?
Before. The payment was made after the replacement.
Okay.
Yeah.
My question again, Honorable Chair, who was the supplier? Was it tendered?
Yes, it was tendered.
And who was the supplier?
It was supplied by JD Consultants.
Documents?
Okay.
Documents for...
I have provided, Honorable Chair. I think this is one of the things that we had been requested to provide. And I have provided with all the information up to including the procurement. And like I have said, I've rightly put it is that this equipment, the contractor was awarded before I came to office.
Okay.
So I do not conflict in any way.
You've provided those
Yes,
documents?
I have provided.
Okay, that is why. Is. Let us proceed to the next item, which is personal emoluments, please. This one is the last one, and then we close the session.
Maybe before you delve into that, Honorable Chair, I also wish that the suppliers with the work tickets for the drilling rigs for the 2 financial years, and what what the fuel they have consumed and the work done.
Thank you, Honorable Minor, through the chair.
Not now.
We have provided all those detailed orders, work tickets, and even the poles that we've been able to drill using the drilling rigs. Up to the casings we have provided as per the letter which we had received from this Honorable House. Okay. So all those information are here.
Thank you. Maybe we shall, on the issue, you've dealt with the issue on Flocker, but there is one item, the Flocker vehicle. Has it been purchased?
Chair, not yet.
What happened?
What normally happens is that we expend these resources after being transferred to Flocker account, because remember this was a counter funding. So as at the close of financial year, we had received some amount which we used to purchase the motorbikes, which I can confirm. We have 7 motorbikes now in our departments, and we had not received the transfer of about 13 million, which we were supposed to use to do other issues as per the work plan, but one of the item was to purchase the vehicle.
Okay. Honorable Chairman, there is one other thing that I forgot. Is it true, CO and plus CEC, that there are some areas in the county that are favored in terms of payments? That's like some of the fees that are collected. You remember, you mentioned the issue of buildings being marked. Is it true that there are certain areas of this county that don't attract this attention?
Thank you, Chair. I think those allegations.
Is it true or not?
It is not true.
Okay, so could you supply this committee, and it would be important, Chairman, maybe they could order for it to be brought right now, if it is still open, the inward correspondence register, along with the development application register. Can we have those 2 documents? Are we able to get those two documents right now?
Chair, those documents can be provided. They can be provided.
By tomorrow at 10?
Yes.
Okay.
One last one, Chair. Let me ask the CEO. How did you utilize the 7 million that was allocated for tree planting?
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, you know, the Honorable Member is also our Chair for committee. That is why I'm also saying thank you, Chair. Now, we've been able to do a number of tree planting exercises in Nandi County. And we have had several functions within the county. And I can say that we've been able to use some of these resources during tree planting exercises like national days. And but again, we did tree planting in Kapkongon. We have also Kipkongorwa, and unless I can provide, we have a number of areas which we have done the tree planting. So,
Chair, I think
something we can provide.
we are not disputing that you might have done the tree plantation within there. You see, how do you reach in a conclusion that let me go to Kipkongorwa, but not our forest here, or how do you reach? Because whenever we budgeted for it, is upon the government to give us the work plan, how it's, because now you find you have done Kipkongorwa the way you are.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I think we were actually targeting wetlands. We really wanted to restore the depleted wetlands. That's why we are talking of Kipkongorwa, we are talking of Kapkongan, Mutwat, we also have Matambach, we have another wetland at Kapsasur here. So we were actually targeting wetlands as opposed to institutions. You know, we had two options of going to institution or going to wetlands. But as we decided to go to the restoration of wetlands.
A follow-up question, Chair. You know, in Nandi County, we have several youth groups with 3 nurseries. And during the tree planting activities, they were on our necks requesting us, how can the government purchase 3 seedlings from those groups? I personally came to the department requesting for the same so that youth groups in our wards can benefit. But I was not able to establish where you as a department get these 3 seedlings, because you failed totally in involving our youths and other groups with 3 seedlings, which they were willing to supply to the government, even with a lesser price, so that it can be used during the tree planting activities. Again, Chair, we are aware of the national government program with several activities for tree planting that happened in Nandi County. How will we be able to establish if you are not duplicating the same and not maybe utilizing the funds that were in the budget?
Thank you, Chair. Let me respond to
Okay,
that.
through the chair, on top of that, CEO.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, most of occasions that we have tree planting day, you only come with the staff and everybody there, you do some demonstration planting of some few seedlings, and then after that, there is nothing. At the end of the day, you hear that they are saying we planted 10,000, maybe 20,000, 30,000, and in the real sense, it is just that demonstration there, and it is the end of everything. And again, at times you continue planting trees where the land is not protected. At the end of the day, they are just consumed by the animals.
Thank you. Let me explain this. And I think it should go on record that Now, beginning from last year, we did not want to go the route of wasting the resources of the people of Nandi. And that is why we adopted the issue of fencing. And we are fenced Kuprije in Jemase. We are fenced Kapkongon, phase 1 and phase 2. We are right now fencing Mutwot. It has also 2 phases. We have also fenced Kapsasur. It is called Farao. That area is called Farao. We have also done the fencing. And we have also done in Matambach, Kaptumo Kapoi. Let me still say again, as I respond to the issue of youths. Because of the procurement processes, we were forced to advertise as a framework, because framework is allowed in the procurement. So we advertised in the year 2023, 2024 for a framework engagement, and many people bid it. We have about 23, if I'm not wrong, they are about contractors who bid it. And all these contractors, we have forced them to buy or to purchase seedlings from the youths and the women groups within Nandi County. If I may give an example, is an ongoing exercise that is happening now in Mutwat. We are using a youth group from Kiliponi. The one for Kapkongon, we used a youth group from Imaki. And those people, we have all the records within our department. What we have only told the people who got the framework agreement is that we will not allow anyone to purchase seedlings outside Nandi County. But again, this is a procurement process. There was no way we could do a direct purchase to these particular youths. But the advice that we have given them going forward is that they should form a company and use it as a joint group, because that's the only way they can access to the county resources or the government resources. It is through a well-organized group who have formed a company and bid competitively. Because the procedure is that we will have to have a competitive selection on how on how to give them the resources. So the only competitive resource is by them applying through a procurement process.
Chairman, I think maybe if you can just provide this committee with how you spend the 7 million.
Yes, and also let me say this, Chairman, we have only used 2 million in the allocated resources of 7 million. We have only the dispense of 2 million. So the rest we have not used.
So you will provide documents to that effect?
Yes, we will.
Which is not a very good thing for you, CEO, because the youth would like to get money, and that was last year's budget. That's not a good thing.
Yeah,
if you thought that's supposed to
it is what I had said, Chair.
Chairman, I would like to request, before we leave, there is the CEO environment, and I'm an environmentalist. There is something that I would like projected for him so that he can tell us, because you see, environment is very critical. It may not be a project, but not CEO, director. I'm promoting you. Councillor Maheri. Can we have that projection for Serem market? And this will apply also even for particularly all, particularly you and the rest of government.
Chair.
So it's not this market itself. That just move to the area near where the people are selling. Yes, around here. Have you been to these places, Director? And even to all of you. So while we were on this, looking at the projects, I came across this. It's just one area, one small section. Look at that woman. They are doing their wares and look at the environment. What are you doing?
Director Environment.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Have you been to that area first?
I cannot quote clearly, but I'm seeing waste management is
Your question, Director. That is a REM. Have you been to that area?
I have been to the market, but not exactly that place. I'm not in a mission of inspection.
So you would understand and you would agree with me, CEC, there's a lot of money that the county government collects from the people in that market. And it is really not nice for us to have that kind of situation. So I don't know whether all of you, CEC, do you have programs to ensure that our environment is taken care of? Your CEC environment. And then there is climate change. You could have seen quite a bit of soil erosion there. So we are losing in that kind of. So do you have programs in that area?
Chair, we have had the Department of Administration having some tractors which have been collecting waste in our urban centers. I'm sure when you are driving to Eldoret, you can see some pins have been placed on the road along Mosoriot. There's also a pin around Kipsigag area. There's one in Imaki. And I've seen this and I've not a chair. And because I sit in the County Executive Committee, I've seen it, sir.
You've not answered the question, Waziri. You've been asked, do you have programs? That is the question you've been asked.
Maybe I can attempt, because I think what CEC is saying in matters waste management, somehow it has not been in our docket, waste collection and the like. But for sure, when it comes to advice, when it comes to policy, we are responsible. And I should say that in matters policy, even if you can check in our work plan, we will be producing a waste management policy before the end of the year. If you can check in our work plan, we are working with the University of Eldoret.
The issue is, do you have programs at all? Anything you are doing? That's the issue. Actually, if you say that,
yes,
you can just say
have.
you don't have.
We have.
Chair, we have programs for restoration. And as I said when I was answering this question, that I have seen.
Have you applied any of the FLOCA money in this? Or you are applying in projects?
The FLOCA is managed by the project identification is done by the committees at the ward level.
Okay.
So now that we have seen, Chair, during our work plan, then we'll advise the committee and also as a department.
Let us proceed.
Chair.
Let us proceed to the next.
Quick one.
Yes.
Chair. Kindly, can I ask you, I have a question to pose to the department, fiscal planning. How many accounts do you have for the collection of revenue?
I cannot confirm. I cannot say that.
Do you collect revenue?
Yes, we do.
How many accounts?
Pardon?
How many accounts?
We are no. I don't know the accounts because it is being handled by the revenue department. So our work ends at the approval levels. But what I know is that there is a provided. I think the common pay bill that is for the county government. So we do not have any function or any role to do as the department in terms of the accounts for the revenues.
Again, Chair, maybe if I had the honorable member well, in fiscal planning, we have two levels of payments. There is a fee that is paid to the county government, and there is a fee to be paid to the national government. When one presents their drawings, they are advised on what to pay to the county government and the pay bill that it is being paid to, and what is meant for the national government. Again, the pay bill will be provided. Thank you, sir.
Chair, so that we conclude on that issue of physical planning. I've been seeing the way you, the CEO says that we do have people that are going around checking on the status on how if the projects have been approved or so forth. Now I find it ridiculous when I see them marking the house of someone without even inviting them or giving them notice to come to the office. Which one should come first? Is it marking or inviting someone so that he can be taken through that before any building is done, we need A, B, C, D in approvals level? Because you find that most of our people, they are laymen, they don't understand these things. So in this case, which one comes first? Have you tried to sensitize those people not to be marking houses before they invite them? And if furthermore, if it is by marking, it means demolish, then that word is being misused, because I have never seen any house that it has been brought down after this marking with the red paint. So in that regard, who are these staff? Do they have powers beyond that they cannot even console? Because that has been a loud cry. We receive so many calls. There is even day that we receive from other wards that there are some people coming here, calling us, taking money, purporting to be working. Likely enough, we are aware that for any building to be done within the county or within the municipality, we need approvals. So in this case, as a department, what have you done so that such incidents should not be happening within our Nandi County? How do you assist in that case? Because I know marking, that is the last options.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, marking is invitation. When it is marked, it is not that the building is going to be brought down. Marking essentially means that this project that you are putting up has not met all the requirements. And therefore, when it has been marked, the individuals come. And in that process, when they come, that is when now they are guided on what to do. Again, we have had public forums. I remember we went to Kurgung, went to Kabiyet, went to Kaiboi, went to Lesos, and we'll continue having public forums, sensitizing our residents on the need to have all those drawings be regularized. But we have, as the honorable member said, the marking is a warning. The marking is and the law requires that the same be done, and therefore what normally done, they don't only mark, but they have some letters that they issue that have already been pre-designed by the physical planner. I want to assure all of us that we've never brought any building down, and we are not ready to bring any building down, because our residents have always complied. Wherever we mark, we have seen them come to the office, and they have met all the requirements that are required. It's also giving us revenue, and it's also saving them. More so, Chair, we are aware that we have a lot of institutions coming up, like Kaiboi, we have students, Lesos, we have students, Kabtumo and Mosoriad. These markings also helps the owners of those buildings, because it also protects them, because it is risky to have students residing in your structures which have not been regularized. So I've had honorable member, will strive as a department to continue with sensitization through public participation, like as we have been doing. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. However much you have put it very clearly so that we raised that case. I was worried when I see those marks, because you find that you are marking a white color with a red just from up there to downwards, and then you put another X, so that even if you will have guided that person, it means you will incur some cost in painting. Yet, if you could have served him with maybe a notice or something like that, he would come and go through with your technical team. And furthermore, there is a question who was asked by my colleague. So, how much are you in a position to tell us what was the revenue collection within that exercise? Estimate. I know it may not be functional, but at least can you give some estimate? Because it must be.
Chair, allow me. That is one of the documents that we'll supply. It's good to supply the actual figures, sir. We'll do it, Chair.
Chair, I would ask that through your indulgence, we move to the last item on personal emolument. We are very tired, Chair.
Okay, maybe as we proceed to that item, we have this issue of spatial plan, and it was budgeted twice. In 2022, we had 15 million, and in 2023, 2024, we had 22 million. Waziri, can you explain how you have used that money?
Thank you, Chair. The total cost of spatial plan is 82 million. And we've been tracking. We pay yearly. So the amounts that we budget is the amount that we pay. So far, I think the actual figure is 52 million. We have paid 52 million so far, and the special plan is already at the assembly, awaiting the approval of the drafts have been sent to the assembly. All the drafts for the special plan and also for the KISI projects, we have submitted them to the assembly for approval.
So you said you've paid 52 million?
Yes.
To who?
To the consultant that was contracted at a cost of 82 million in 2019.
Oh, so the difference here is reflected in the other financial
Yes,
year.
Chair. So every year we budget a small figure. We don't budget the whole figure.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, I think it's important for them to give us the information regarding that. Every detail, including the procurement method.
Well advised, Chair.
I'm very curious. It was multi-year.
We will.
It was multi-year, the contract.
Yeah, the contract was extended twice. It was affected during Corona period, up to 2022, from 2019, 2020, 21. So that explains the reason why it was accelerated. But right now, I want to say that after the county assembly approves, and then I think we will have the launching of the same.
I'm referring to the original contract for that consultant.
Yeah, the original contract was for 82 million.
And it was multi-year.
Multi-year.
It was to be budgeted on a yearly basis.
Ordinarily, if the county government, if we could afford to pay the total figure as per the, I mean, the contract has details on when, what was due at what time. And as I said, Chair, we'll supply this house with the details.
Okay.
The contract and the other details of the contract.
Honorable Chair, so much as they have mentioned, there is a request, there is a final thing that I would like you to clarify, which is an interest of our people. Somebody has written to me. There are some projects in Dalat, and they say, Lele, you know, Chebarus, and I don't know what else. Do you know anything about those projects? I hear that it is indicated complete and operational, and yet nobody is taking any water at all. It's just a message that I have gotten.
We are aware of the projects.
What's wrong with them?
The project is a pumping scheme, which is using a diesel engine, and it used a diesel engine for a very long time, which was shared with the St. Teresa of Avila school. But in the consecutive years, we managed to supply electricity and also install an electric pump.
But it's not working?
I think for the last 3 months, it's not working. There was an issue of the payment of electricity.
So maybe you can give us details on that.
Yes.
There is the question of the roads, the encroachment of roads. Does it fall within you, or where does it fall? Where you find that we do not have exact space.
Chair, roads has its own surveyors, and we have surveyors who are domiciled in lands. Every time when they are giving out contracts, it is their responsibility to, when their surveyors are not sufficient enough, they normally ask us to provide, and we normally provide on request to check on the same.
Okay, so whose responsibility is it? The question of the roads that are encroached. You know, because our people keep on asking, can we have the roads demarcated nicely? Whose responsibility in the county government? You can educate us.
Yeah.
So that we can go to that person if it is not you.
I think, as I said earlier, every department has its roles. Our roles, of course, yes, we have surveyors, but the surveyors that we have is that on request, if an individual or an institution feels that they have an issue with their boundaries, they tell us and we go, and we send our surveyors.
Okay, let us move to the last item, Honorable
Chair.
Members, of personal emoluments.
Chair.
Yes.
I have something very important that I want to ask the CEC. And CEC, there is a red flag that was raised, I think, in the financial year 21-22, I'm not sure, that by Auditor General, that this county government of Nandi bought a land somewhere in Lesos to bury the victims of Corona. Are you aware? Was there any land that was bought for purposes of burying the victims?
I'm not aware, but because I was in the committee during Corona, it was the national government that had identified some place at the forest, public land, because according to them, when the outbreak came, they expected millions of people to die. But we thank God that it didn't happen. So there was a place that was set aside. It was identified by the county commissioner, and by extension, the committee that was, the counter committee that was appointed from both sides of the government. We are aware of a land in, I mean, it was just a forest, no specific land, forest.
Chair, it is a report from Office of Auditor General that raised a red flag, and it was very clear that land was bought for that purpose.
I'm not aware of any of that, except the one that I've said.
Okay.
Okay, through the chair, may I also ask about land also? So was there land bought for construction of governor's residence around Kipture?
Thank you, Chair. We have never, I'm not aware of any land that was bought, but I remember there was a time when we were in a committee that was looking for possible places where to have residence for the governor and the deputy governor. And we were looking at the options within our public lands. And at some point, we didn't get a suitable place, and we requested the Ministry of, the State Department of Housing. They have some land that was planned and set aside for government houses around Kapsabet Boys. We did a communication to them. We requested them to assist us, but they responded to negative, that area has already been set aside for affordable housing for Jisume sub-county. So I'm not aware of any land that has been purchased for the use of governor's residence. The one that I know was the committee that was appointed, went around and to look for a suitable place within the public lands, and the one that we requested and it was turned down. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman, this just Lele, Kamulat, have you spent any county money?
We have not for the desilting. And the embankment, it was only, we requested the roads to assist in the...
Any money, have you spent any money on it?
Kamulat Dam?
Kamulat, the water project or something?
No, we have not.
Arus?
Yes.
How much?
I do not have the figures now. But that one was for the rising main to the tank which is in the Jabarus
Between 5 and 10, how much? Do you think it is around 5 or 10?
Million?
Yes.
No.
How much?
I think it's around, is it 2? It's not more than 3 million.
So less than 3 million?
Yes.
Bruce?
Bruce is it is only one project which serves Bruce and also serves Jabarus. We are pumping from the same
Bruce, how much?
I think Bruce is around also too. It's around 1.8 million.
We would like this committee to be taken to these projects.
I will.
Yeah, because I'm informed that you spent 7 million, 10 million, and 7.5.
We'll provide the details of everything.
Okay.
Yes.
Personal emoluments?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe
Waziri, what number? Give us the number of staff in your department within the 4 directorates.
So thank you. Let me respond to that. Up to the time when the staff were the staff who had came to the department through irregular ways, we had about 133 staff. But when that issue happened, we are remaining with only 13 staff.
$120 were engaged regularly.
Yeah.
So now you have 13 staff members.
Yes, remaining.
But you, if I remember on your remarks, you said now things are running. So
yes, you know, what I said is that
we have some staff that have been, you've been given some stuff.
Yes. No, what I said is that on the issue of the payments, because I think that was what Mheshimiwa had asked, is that he was inquiring whether we can now process payments, and which I said yes, because we have a procurement officer. Initially, we had 5 procurement officers, but now we have 1, and that one can still do the execution. We had 4 accountants. We now have 1, and that one can still do the same work for the entire department. But we had 13 environmental officers. We have none right now. We had 9 sub-county water officers. We are remaining with only 3. And we had also clericals.
Chair, something that I didn't get right. You say how many sub-county officers?
We had 9.
Why 9 and we have 6 sub-counties?
I'm saying the people we were having in the department. Some were not in the sub-county, but they were in the department. Yeah. They were in the department. So that's why I'm saying the department is running. But of course we were adversely affected.
Now, what was your budget for the 2 financial years? For personnel emoluments?
It was 74 million. Then later on it became 83 million. I think around 83 or 84 million.
What triggered the increase?
Of course, as we were closing the financial year, the numbers had increased.
Okay, honorable members, can you interrogate the matter further?
Chair, thank you. I just want to know something from Chief Officer, who is the accounting officer in the department. You've talked of 13 staff that you are now remaining with. I want to ask you this, that in an ideal situation, that you personally see that how many staff do you need that you feel it is lean and efficient and effective moving forward? And 2, how did this unprocedurally employed staff got into the department? As you are aware, as well as I am aware, you know, the only person who can trigger employment is the user department. Did you at one time requested the County Public Service Board for more staff that they were not budgeted for? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me begin with the first question as to how many professionals or how many staff do we require that will really make our department run comfortably. I want to say that we have our establishment, staff establishment or departmental establishment now, and we require 31 staff. That is to work on the very minimal, but on a very efficient manner. We will require that one plus the 13 whom we already have. So that is a figure of about 44. Let me clarify there, Chair. 44. That is to have 3 environmental officers, each environmental officer to serve 2 sub-counties. To have 2 inspectors, because we also have a function of inspectorate in the Department of Environment. To have water officers, to have water engineers, because as a matter of fact, we have been having only 1 water engineer. But now, in our proposal, in our establishment, we would wish to have a principal engineer, person who is full of experience. Then to have also 2 engineers who are responsible for the development of PQs. That is a QS and a water engineer. And then 3 sub-county officers to man 2 sub-counties, 1 officer, so that we are able to
Chair, I
facilitate.
think we just wanted to know the total figure.
So
I think that one, what you are now saying,
I have said
it's just meant for, that one is meant for department. You can just move to the next question.
Thank you, Chair. I think that is well, I have dealt with that. And then you can...
Another question was,
yes,
we know the process of employment. The user department initiates the request to County Public Service Board. And now that you had around 78 employees, like the chair said, what triggered it? Did you in your course of duty participated in the ballooning the wage bill by requesting the public service to add you more staff?
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, I think that is what brought about all this conversation, because apparently we used to receive staff, or rather employees, periodically, or almost every other time we receive staff. And it reached a point where, honestly, the wage bill could not accommodate that.
One Chief, just to make it more simple and without wasting my time, did you personally initiate any?
We did not.
You
That
did
is why I'm saying that is what it brought about this conversation. Now, we are able to say we want 44 people because we are the people who are in the department, and we know according to the needs of the department. So,
okay, Chair, now you've answered. Where do you think the mess started? Who might have participated in ensuring that even the employees that you never wanted in your department was sent to your department without your knowledge and without the knowledge of the CEC? Who was this person? And from this conversation and what has happened, do you think we are able to achieve the minimum wage bill as by the CRA of between 30 and 35? Because as we sit here today, we know there are a number of advertisements being made. Do you think we are achieving the objective of the audit? Because we keep on employing again, and I'm told that it stands around 42%. And I see us getting to the same situation that we were before. What is your take on this?
through the chair, my take is, considering the decision that was taken by His Excellency the Governor, I believe we will achieve this time round on this issue of wage bill, because despite the fact that we are intending to fill those sections which I can say as of now we are affected in the departments, we are yet to undertake the head count, because we are very much informed that even the 3,000 employees who have been reflected in the payroll as to have come in the corrective procedure, we don't think those people are in existence, because most of them, I cannot say no, they are not in existence, but I'm saying most, because we are beginning the head count tomorrow, starting with the drivers. In the records of the that is in the with the HR is that we have 45 drivers. So we want to confirm who are these 45 drivers. So these numbers could still come down once we follow the issue of head count seriously.
Clarification, you are saying you are doing head count tomorrow.
Yes, it is starting tomorrow.
Isn't it the same formula that you use in Kaimosi and there was no results?
I want to be clearer. That is why I'm saying, considering with the farm, this is the position of the government. there is firm instruction to that effect, that we must get to the root cause of all these things. The staff will come, they will be ascertained, there is a form, and there will be no shortcuts. Because I know we have tried this one in the past.
Chair, my worry is Bwanasio, and let us have a sincere conversation on this. As at now, even after the budge, the wage bill stands at 42%. You keep on advertising positions. You also want to carry out headcount tomorrow with an intention of employing more. Then what was the objective? What was the primary objective of audit?
Thank you.
In all aspects.
Let me explain that.
Chair.
Let me explain that, yeah. I think what we are doing is not so that we do employment. What we are doing is to verify whether these people are in existence and whether they are serving the people of Nandi. Another thing to underscore is that the positions that are about to be advertised are those which are very dire to the people of Nandi, like the issue of health, like the issue of even agricultural officers extension, and those whom we cannot stay or rather run departments without. Nonetheless, I
Chair,
can say...
Thank you. I've gotten what I wanted, Bwanasio, but there is one important thing that I want you to clarify. There is a staff who worked in your department. In the public service report, page 21, staff number 26. And I know, I and you know this person by the name David Cherwon, of ID number 2448 1953. Personal file number is 201 800 622 and 84. The same person also appears on page 22, being staff number 54. Remember, it was 26. And the name has changed. It is now Cherwon David Mayo. Of ID number, remember the first ID number was 244 819 53. The second ID number for the same person that the name has been interchanged is 244 819 33. The only difference is the last two digits, 53 and 33. Also, the PF number changed to 201 900 47 100. The title is Environmental Officer, Tindret Office. Can you now confirm that it was not just about numbers, but also there were duplication of payroll? That one person is paid twice. Same name, being interchanged. What happens in such scenario, and what was all about this person here?
Thank you, through the chair. First of all, I want to say that I'm not aware. I was not aware about that incident which he has mentioned, because we do not have any control with the payroll. We do not handle issues to do with staff. But I'm aware, and I know the staff.
For clarity, Bwanasio,
yes.
That issue is the findings of the Public Service Commission. That is the report that was submitted.
Yes, that's why I'm saying.
Yes.
That kind of double appearance in the payroll did not come in any way to our attention. In fact, I'm seeing it for the first time. But I know the officer, just like all the other officers, were affected with this process.
If I may ask you, Bwanasio, do you normally budget for your staff before it's transited to the payroll? Do you normally budget in your department?
Yeah, let me say this. What used to happen is that these payments are done in as a consolidated figure. That is why sometimes a department would meet the salaries for the entire county government. It's not that every accounting officer or authorized officer would sign for salaries for each and every department. And that is the reason as to why right now what is happening is that the authorizing officer is the one to sign every month for his or a staff. And that is the conversation I was talking about, that these are the reforms that are happening now for the good of Nandi County people.
How much did you, what was the largest figure you ever signed for everybody else?
If I cannot remember very well. But like I have said is that what
have you,
used to
have
happen...
you ever signed for others?
For other departments?
That's what you explained.
Yes, that one has been happening. It's not something new. It has been. That is why we are making reforms.
It has been a merry-go-round thing.
It has been happening.
So how much have you ever signed? As a chief officer, how much have you signed for the rest, and how many times?
No, I cannot remember the figures. But what I have said is that this payroll has been normally being executed at a central point. It's not that I have a payroll for my staff or I have somewhere to approve in the system, because this is Greece. This is a national system.
And can you confirm, Bwana Chief, through the chair, that that is same and one person?
Yeah, of course, I know you know the person because he is your neighbor. But then, like I have said, I'm seeing it for the first time because, you know, as we have not interacted with the public service.
We know this person. Can you confirm that it is the same person? They have just interchanged the names.
Yes, of course, it is the same person. But you know, also, if the ID vary, then we can give benefit of doubt because names can be similar. But what is constant here is the ID, because every other time you use speakers to bring the variants. You don't use names, because like myself, I can still get a person with similar names. Like Jonah B. Watt are very many.
Let me ask you, the County Executive Committee member who sits in the County Executive Committee meeting. You've looked at the duplication for the purposes of siphoning money. And we can say for sure it was not about even the number of staff as well. Wage bill has been ballooning because of such kind of duplications in the payroll. Where you sit at the policy making level, and I want to appreciate what you've done so far. One thing that is not known to all of us, as you also purport to not be aware, is how these things were done. Whereas we have people whom we've been given, they have been given a responsibility. Payroll manager, administration CC, head of human resource. When I was here, how did all this happen? And what stopgap measures at the policy making level are you going to put in place to ensure such kind of malpractices cannot reoccur again? And I'm worried personally that the same thing is happening. One, we've not achieved the wage bill at 35 or 30. It keeps on ballooning. We still have the same officers manning the same payroll. We still have the same animals in the Public Service Board. But we are expecting different results. Are we going to achieve this? And what have you done in your personal level as a member of County Executive Committee to ensure there are proper stopgap measures that will not expose us to kind of situation we are today? Bwana Waziri, kindly tell us.
Okay, through the chair also, Waziri, may I ask that actually who started this merry-go-round of signing? Because that person must be a very tough schemer. Because if it was every CEO is signing that payroll for his or her department, we could have not reached here. But that person who gave the idea of going round, that person must have very tough scheme. And you will tell us who was that, who started this merry-go-round.
Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. I think what we are doing now is post-mortem, and we are now playing the role of a mortician. And Chair, there is a worked out implementation matrix of the same, which I'm sure in our local culture, there's a saying that you don't take care, you don't engage a guard to guard maize before the maize is stolen. But once the same has been stolen, you will be wise enough to engage some guardships. And I want to assure that we are working on very serious implementation matrix as informed by the audit report. And I want to be sure, though we are all human beings, but I'm sure this time round, the gears that will be engaged will be able to be tightened and to tighten the process. I wanted to clarify one point that it's not the same people who are manning the payroll now. The payroll is manned by a different, none who has been there before is in the payroll. It's a new team that was appointed purposely for that purpose. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, just maybe before Waziri leaves that point, this thing that you call payroll, how many officers do you have there? CEO, don't disturb the Waziri.
I wanted to say something on the numbers.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Waziri, you don't know.
Chair, the role of the CEO.
No, I just asked you a direct question.
I know, but then.
Okay.
No. Now,
I'm not sure.
You know how many?
I don't want to give a figure.
You've said you know. So how many?
Not sure of the figure. That's why I've been
roughly.
That's why I've invited the chief.
No, roughly.
Chair, this is a house of records, Chair, and I want the right person to give us the figures.
Anyway, it is okay to say you don't know. Okay, CEO.
Yeah, it is okay just to say I don't know, and the issue rests.
In as much as that is not very good, you would have to look at Article 179 of the Constitution and know you are failing on that, on your role, your direct role. Okay, Chief, how many?
I'm aware 3 are undertaking training right now. The 3 whom they were selected to do the payroll application. So 3 persons are in training right now.
So just educate us, who selected and named these people?
That one I cannot explain, or rather I cannot state because I don't know. But
were you involved?
No, we were not involved.
Was it the governor?
I don't think that can be handled by the governor.
So who was it?
Like I have said, is that what I know is that 3 officers are undergoing training.
Very well. So we have 3 officers.
Yes.
Officers.
Yes.
Kindly give us their role And quickly, take us through, I have come in with my fake letter and I want to be put in a payroll, or a genuine one. A genuine letter. Let me leave alone the fake one.
Okay,
A
thank
genuine
you.
one.
Thank you.
And I find these three. So how does it go?
Thank you, Honorable Minor. And let me respond it through the chair. One is that the way these officers will be working is not the same as the way the other payroll officers were working. Because in the meeting that we were making a number of resolutions regarding this menace, we heard that they are going to introduce about 4 levels going forward who are supposed to approve up to the last meeting at the time of dispensing the payroll. So these 3 officers, according to my knowledge, I think these are the people who will be handling the desktops. But before they receive what to put in the payroll at the desktop level, will have been subjected another 3 levels. That is to mean there is going to be approvals going forward.
So previously there was none?
Yes, I can say, categorically say, I suppose there were none. Because if people could bring purported employment letters from the street and find themselves in the payroll, inside the payroll, then it means there were no levels. And that's why I'm saying,
Thank you, witness. Is it the same way that Sylvester Otich and Jean Marie Kipruto, do you suspect, do you know these people?
I don't know, unless if you explain to me very well.
No, I've just asked you, do you know Sylvester Otich?
I'm not aware.
Yes or no?
No.
What about Jean Marie Kipruto?
No.
So you don't know them. So I just wanted to say, is that probably the way they would have come? These 2? Because I think, are you certain that they were not working under you not too long ago, these 2 that I've read? What this staff in your department?
Who and who?
The ones I've read. Were they working in your department?
You know, Chair, we had about 100 and that is something staff. Some staff were working at water department, environment. So what I was responding to,
did you help in
is
bringing
the process
these ones?
of
Did you help
payroll.
in bringing these ones into the payroll? Did you employ them?
I do not have any power to put anyone to the payroll because
to employ.
I don't serve in that place. Pardon?
Did you employ them?
Chair, to the best of my knowledge, I do not have powers to employ anyone.
The authority delegated to you by the service board, what does it entail? I've seen a letter where you're authorized and it is signed by somebody acting. What does that entail?
Chair,
when you're given that letter,
as an authorized officer, my work is limited to only operations and supervision, but not to the extent of employment. So,
Honorable Chair, I would like the witness to know that whenever the service board gives authority, and it is in the law, you are delegated, the powers of the service board are delegated to you, and I've seen in your bundle. Did you see that delegation?
So, thank you, Chair. I think I didn't see, but going forward, I will go and reread that letter, so that if I have the authority to do that, whatever the Mheshimiwa is wishing that I should have probably used,
maybe as a final question
do
before
it.
I let my brother come in. May I ask? You know, you've talked about an head count. Are you also going to be counting the 13? You said you have 13.
Yes, yes.
Are you going to have an head count of the 13?
Yes.
So you're not even certain about the 13?
Let me say this. I know of 12, but there is one whom we cannot
account.
tell, or rather we cannot account. We have one. So the people I can categorize.
The final question, of the 100, did you have a problem with them when they were 100? Was there any point you said there are too many workers in my department and I don't think I'm doing the right thing? Did you ever raise a concern like that?
Thank you, Honorable Maina. I love your wisdom. We personally, and I think this one we discussed in our departments, we realized that we had so many people who are loitering. We didn't have enough spaces where they could operate from. And if I may also say, even when I was the chief officer rose then, we had several plant operators and drivers, and we raised it. And that is why in 2023, we went to Kaimosi, and the objective was to see how possible way to reduce the numbers, and we gave our proposals, we had a deliberate discussion on the establishment of each department and the staff whom we had proposed that if we were given as authorized officers or accounting officers, we would work comfortably with, without having the polluted staff. But unfortunately, it never succeeded. That is why I'm saying, going forward, we are seeing some light at the end of the tunnel.
Chair. Yes, Honorable Keter.
Point of order, I thought the witness has just explored that too much, but maybe I know we are about to adjourn. One last question. Now that CEO has exposed on workers, and he has really convinced that there were a lot of other workers. Now, according to organigram, maybe seeing that you had even 20 and 30. My interest is that what are some of the measurements that you think? I know about of what they were laid to go home, there might have been 2 or 3 or 4 which actually used to perform in the department. So what mechanism have you put to consider them? Because I know you might be having those officers that are affected now, but to your own personal assessment, you find that they have been so much of helpful in department. Maybe some of them even have been in contract for more than 10 years. What are some of the measurements that you have really put to see if, in case you will have chance to observe them?
Thank you, Chair. I think the best way I can answer that is that it is the board to analyze. It is true we have some staff who have been working so diligently. There are some who have been working day and night, serving the people of Nandi in various places like sub-counties, within the headquarters. But unfortunately now that the hacks fall on all of them, it will be upon the employing entity to decide on the matrix or rather employment criteria, because I'm very sure also experience will be given a priority. If I'm just saying maybe, or rather it is my wish that the experience will be also considered as one of the factors during the interviews, because well, it will be tragic to the county government of Nandi if we lose the people whom we have trained. We have even some whom we have taken to capacity building. We have those who have, some who have gone even to school of government. They have been trained. So it will be so strategic. But then, because I have said,
that one is not within our mandate, Chair, honestly.
Okay.
Maybe Honorable Sum.
Okay, my question will be directed to all the officers. Have you been getting a double pay? That is, pay in the payroll and also pay outside payroll.
Waziri?
No.
CEO?
No.
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 The only thing that I wanted to mention, Honorable Chair, I know it's been a long day, is to the CEO. You remember we didn't talk about your letter. By the time we went on and on, your letter supposedly for acting, and we found that there is a problem with acting, issues of acting in this county. So maybe, Waziri, because you sit at the apex, it's only fair that you take that into consideration and we avoid these issues about acting. Then, finally, I just want to put it to you that the section 45 that has been cited in your letter, I would like you to go and look at it, and you would find that it says that whenever there is a vacancy in the office of the chief officer, the governor shall within 14 days nominate a person with the approval of the county assembly. I would like you, because you said you are going to read some things, please go and read that, and it should be on record that, ideally speaking, that letter of yours is null and void, the one that you brought here. And it is only fair that when you are advising the governor, Waziri, that he can only fill the position of chief officer with the approval of this assembly. And maybe it should also be of interest to you that the service board you talk about is not properly constituted.
Give your final remarks, Waziri. No, let us start from Lele coming this way.
Personally, I want to thank the Ad-hoc committee for the work they have done. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the session has been very engaging. We've learned quite a lot, and we will improve where necessary, because we've seen a lot of gaps to be filled. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
CEO.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Honorable members, mine is to thank all of us for this conversation. It has been the most fruitful one, which I can say that we have been able to learn so many things, even up to the point of watching realities that I want to really appreciate. And like Waziri said, is that during the year 2023 and this year 2024, we are making progress because of the allocation, which I can say it was a sizable allocation that can make a project to be realized. So I want to request that going forward, let us all originate the budgeting from the point of inception of the project. Because if that happens, then the project will be realized. Chair, what I mean is that if we identify the project first, we do the PQs,
and then it comes now to be budgeted. Then that one will assist us as opposed to a figure of, like, for example, 3 million. We identify the project, we do it, it hangs somewhere on the way without completion. You see, that one puts us also in a way where it requires phases. And that is why most of these things that it was reflected, it was some were not completed because of phases. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, honorable members. I wish you a lovely night.
Chair and honorable members, on my personal behalf and on behalf of my department, I would wish to extend my appreciation to this House for according us the opportunity to sit here today. We've taken everything that we have discussed here positively. Personally, I have seen some gaps which in the long run will help me even in the performance of my duties. And I'm glad that we are seated here as one government performing different roles, that we have had the opportunity where our work as implementers has been checked by the team that is vested by law with the power of oversighting. So we are very grateful, and I'm sure my team here in our meeting, our management meeting on Monday, will have something to discuss. Thank you, Chair, and may God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Waziri and the team. Maybe on behalf of the entire committee, I would also like to express our appreciation for the engagement that we have had together. Maybe as we go forward, we are looking forward that things will change, because the most important thing is service delivery to the people of Nandi. So with those few remarks, I wish you all well in your endeavors. Thank you very much. May I welcome the Sergeant to usher them out. Thank you. Maybe honorable members, I will now call for adjournment, and let us have a proposal and a second of that effect.
I, Honorable Soom, propose for adjournment.
I, Isaiah Minor, second.
Thank you, honorable members. The session stands as adjourned until tomorrow at 9. 8:30.